Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Hey, Rod. Hey, Bill. Hey, Dave. Derek and Maurice and Andres. Our folks. Hey, Arthur. Hey, Jose. What else do we have? Tuxedo. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Pico and William and Woodcat. Fleming, PDZ. Kenneth, Solder Joint, Skyrim. How are folks? It's Mike and Doom and GJ and Maurice. Hey, Charles. Welcome. Jeff. Okay. Back on this thing. More wiring. Hopefully we'll get through the wiring today. You remembered. Congratulations. Hey, Mitchell. Hey, Andrew. Crow Guy. Coffee. I did some between streams. I didn't do as much as I kind of wanted to, but I made a good progress. Hey, Biney. And Arthur. And all of mine needs drying. Hey, Steve and Rodrigo. So what did I do between streams? It didn't really have anything to do with last week's stream. I didn't print the cover. I was planning on printing, let's see. Yeah, I was going to do a cover for the wiring. That can be done anytime. I ran into some clearance things with the way stuff lines up and fits that I want to think about a little more. Oh, wind playing with the blinds? Well, there's a tree right outside, so the shadows might be, yeah. Hey, Chris, too. And Scaro makes Jeff and the GPs. I did see your 3D printed wing. I just didn't get a chance to respond. That's awesome, except for the end, which I was viewing it on mobile, so I didn't really see the very ending very well. I'll have to watch it again later. Hey, everyone. And Glendon. Okay, so I didn't print the cover here, but that's not going to hold us up today. Well, I will zip tie this to the cable chain end and get all the lengths correct and all. But what I did work on, and I might be able to get a little better shot here, I wasn't really thrilled with the way the counterweights were operating, were functioning. Now they are working fine. And where I was having the most trouble is in this little pulley here. So this, aside from running this cord through the counterweight box, which was a whole other thing, when I was moving the bed on manually, the cord was binding up in this pulley piece, and it may be because I'm using the fiber filament, made the tolerances there a little tight, whatever. But let me catch up on chat here. Hey, Luke, welcome. Hey, Pathetic Puma. Why does this look heavier than an XL Narrow just built? It might be. This I've not lifted an XL, but this is a tank. This printer is a tank. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. And Pezliz, welcome. Let's see. Morning, Steve. Looking forward to this. Hey, Nogorat. Got the wiring on my Jubilee done, and the carriage is homing. Awesome. Good job. So back to this real quick. So what I did is I basically made the channels for the cord larger, so there was no chance of it binding up. And I also changed the pulley. So what this is a printed pulley that sits on a bearing, and then there's an M4 screw here that goes through into a heat set. Now, previous to my changes, this screw is just long enough to go into the heat set, which means that you could use Loctite to get it to hold in. What I changed was I took a page from Jared's Galileo 2, and I went to I think a 16 millimeter screw, might have been 14. And beyond the heat set, I reduced the diameter of the hole to where the screw threads into plastic at that point. So that gives some extra resistance to the screw backing out. And then I was able to tighten this just to the point where this pulley moves freely, and then call it done. And so far, it looks like the counterweight system is working just fine. So, Pathetic Puma, thanks for becoming a member. And Scotty Dog, thanks for being a member. Pezliz, I see, I already said thanks for being a a member. Happy Sunday. I'm scrolling through and trying to find out what I missed. Hey, Sergey. Hey, Kitrol. Can you use it as a tank? If not, then it's just heavy. It's just heavy. Hey, Shannon. Timo. I started printing some parts for the solid fork. Awesome. I haven't used it in a month and haven't cleaned the bed in well over 1 year and still no adhesion issues. That's awesome. I need to start printing my solid fork parts. That's coming up in the project list. Anyway, this I'm much happier with now. The mechanism is working. So at some point I'll trim the extras of the cord here, but for right now I'm gonna leave it long. What else? So right before stream, I installed the other, you can see it down in here. There's supposed to be 2 of these mounts for the cable raceway, and I had discovered I missed one last stream, so I installed this with 1. I swapped that out, but in the meantime, I pulled a Modbot, and I punched the cable chain and broke the mount down here. So I'm gonna have to reprint that. It's holding in place okay on its own, but before the next stream, I'll reprint this and install it. Yeah, very, very frustrated. I bumped this up here and it cracked right here. So, hey Jason, I'm finally in the planning stage for building a Trident. Awesome. Engraving my frame today and CNC cutting some parts in the next couple weeks. Sweet. Hey, Bob. Okay, so we are basically continuing the wiring. Only you'd have a printer there you could use. Well, this happened like 10 minutes ago. So this literally like 10 minutes ago. I was trying to clean things up so you didn't have to watch me struggle with replacing these parts with wires in the raceway. It wasn't the most fun thing. Okay, here is where we are. I'll have to get first chips on my Milo. Awesome. Pulled a Modbot, yeah. Hey Poity, just dropping by a busy day at the house today. We'll be in and out. Thanks for stopping by. I mean, it can print during the stream. It's not easy yet for me to print during stream. I have to go to the other garage to get any meaningful prints done. I am going to put printers in here right off to the side that will solve that issue, but I'm not there yet. So, and I don't have, so this is all glass fiber filled stuff, Bob, and I can't find my Nextruder Obsidian nozzle. I have one. I don't know where it is. So. Hey, Kaggle. Many times I went to get something and forgot there was a panel, especially if they're clean, right? Okay, so last stream we had to reroute the whole carriage stuff because there's a hole here in this chain mount, and all of the wires had to go through there first. It usually means you have too much damn stuff. No, I just put it in the wrong spot. I put it where I thought I could find it. So. All of these are through here. Everything is, I kind of took some of the Velcro straps that was on all the wiring and just made sure things didn't get super tangled in between streams. I think what I want to do first is figure out where I put the part cooling fan and get that up installed underneath the carriage so I can then know exactly how long the wires need to be. Hey Sven. So I suspect I may pull this over here. Now that I can do this, I'm going to slowly move the bed down. What was that? What was that? I think we're okay. Okay, let me find the fan. It's got to be over here in the cabinet that I put all the parts in for this project. Just bring all this stuff over here. What is that? Okay, I think that's what I need. Yeah. Bring this stuff over here. It's got pushing plastic yet. We're probably 2 more streams from pushing plastic, I bet. Where'd that fan go? Well, that's fun. Where did I put the fan? Is it up here? That little 30mm blower fan. You guys remember where I put it? That was not... Where did I put that? I haven't moved the stuff very far from... Is it sitting up on the printer somewhere? It's behind the VLMP again. Good guess, but no. Let me just do a better look through the boxes that are here. Oh, there it is. It is in the box. It was just hidden under something. So this little guy. So I think what we need to do is hopefully I can get a view of this. With the obsidian nozzle, yeah. Working on something, setting a tool part down, and then 10 minutes later, can't remember what I did with it. Oh, yeah. Oh, not that one. Let's go this one. Oh, boy. Well, that's gonna have all kinds of problems with that light behind us. Let's try something. Hopefully this doesn't get in the way of me. Aha! That's a little better. Okay, so this little fan needs to go up in here, and then the wire has to come through. Where does the wire come through? I see. But how does that go through there? It stops at that channel stops there. Hey, Iconic Fab. Hey, Joel. Hey, BBs. Okay. Honestly, I was gonna do this in between streams, this particular little install, but I didn't. And I'm a little worried about how that actually gets routed. This goes here. What's in there? And then we need it. Oh, okay. Let me move this out of the way. And then let's go back here. So I have a fan here with a JST on the end. I need to also figure out. Well, it's really mostly awkward because I need to want to try to get it on camera. So okay, so I think I can just put let's just put a microfit on the end of this, which is going to be that side. So I'm gonna grab the tools, connectors and stuff that came with the wiring harness. Oh, there we go. One more 2-pin microfit, and the correct terminals are here. Yeah. Okay, 2 of those, and we're going to de-pin this. These off. That and that. Hey, Timor. Last week when we had them every which way. What's that? So many wires in your CAN bus. Yeah, I mean, sure. The particular layout of the carriage, I couldn't find. You would need some custom CAN board. Okay, this is going that way, which is exactly what I want. So just checking polarity of the other end. Hey, Zart. William Martin Harris, is it your birthday? Happy birthday. Everyone say happy birthday, William Martin Harris. Hello, Mark. Finally, holiday, birthday, and stream. Nice. What's the holiday? I mean, besides your birthday. Whoever gave me a membership last Sunday, thank you. I left stream on when I went to pick my son up from work. Awesome. YouTube has also changed it to where I think if there are no more non-members actively watching, then it will go to just subscribers. I'm not sure on that. I'm not 100% sure on the part of that of if there are no more that aren't members. I don't know if that matters or not, or if it just goes to subscribers now. Okay, so now that is a microfit. Put these pins away so I don't forget them. Looked at the screen and saw you looking over the glasses at the camera. Thought I was going. Okay, let's put these away and bring up, where was the instructions for this? Let me pull up the guides. Is this in the is it the X, Y axis motion? Probably not. Standard tool lock, maybe it's there. No, I think this is literally just the just the tool lock. I just want to find out what screws I'm supposed to be using to install the, bring that up. Let's go here. Yeah, it's a little cooler here today too. What is the, it says it's only 71 right now, Fahrenheit. What's the prediction for today? Still supposed to hit 97. But it's a bit hazy out there. Hi, Sean. Okay, so this, we're gonna go from the bottom up. Does this have any of the tool stuff in it? That's belts. I feel like I probably should have installed this fan when I was doing all of this. Scroll through this until we find that fan. Potential storms due to humidity. Really? This is all belt stuff. This has got to be the document it's in. Maybe I could try, yeah, all of this is on here. Where did we install that fan? Okay, let's go a different take. Let's go Fusion. Let's open up Fusion and just look at what the what's in the document. What in the world? Why do I need to sign in? Let me get this. Let me get signed in. For some reason, it signed me out. And I was just in here yesterday. Sure. Okay, it's starting up. Hey, Marcus. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Go here, and this might take a little bit. I don't know why the Millennium Milo is in there. I must have accidentally saved that, been in this folder when I imported something. All-time record of 120 in Death Valley? Interesting. The weather report was predicting 120 in the North Valley last week. Michael. Oh, hey, that opened way quicker than I would have thought. Where are panels? Let's get rid of those so we can see. And what is the bed assembly? Heated bed. Let's get rid of that. There's a little printed part I'm supposed to put on here. I didn't print that part. Blower fan. What's this? I didn't print that part. Are you going to Smurf this year? I'm planning on it. Hey, Papa Ways. Last summer in the middle of July, not a pleasant experience. For what? Oh, it's Central AC. Ooh. I did not print that part. That's okay. We will, let's hit V to hide that part. And what were the screws here? These are M2x6s. Threading into plastic in there. M2x6 it looks like, so. Let's go back. M2x6, let me find those. in 2x6s. 2x6. So really the big thing here, I can clean this up, but the big thing right now is just wire length is what we're after. So let me put my light shield back over here so this actually can be seen. And grab this guy, and I want to make sure that these will actually thread in first. I want to do this slowly because these are kind of thin in that area. If you happen to take a look at the guide that I'm working that I shared on Discord, it's meant to help streamline reflashing controllers. I've seen that kind of stuff, Michael. The problem I have with that, I have so many different machines and things change. I just look it up every time I want to do it on a machine. So, hi Ella. I don't gravitate towards stuff like that. It's the same as the Kiao stuff. I don't gravitate to using those because it's not arduous to me to look it up when I need. Okay, so that one is threaded. There's the other one right there. I'm kind of working this back and forth, just semi-forming the threads, hoping that I don't crack the part is all. And Crazomatic. I haven't heard anything, any signs of plastic cracking, so. Okay, now we can take the fan, even though I don't have the fan duct and stuff. I'll install those later. We'll just put this guy on here. Okay, and then can't really see. It's a problem. It's not even a light thing. It's more just access thing, and that's actually in there. So, well, and then this is going to go up. Up over here, and then I think I'll take it right up into here. I'll need to anchor that somewhere somehow. What does that look like? I don't want it to get into the worm gear here, but maybe I'll take it up the side and anchor it to the X end stop there. Something like that. That means that for now we have our connection here. Those guys go like that. Got the polarity correct. I think this will go underneath and tuck under here for now. Get a tiny zip tie. Tiny zip tie and hold it in place. Okay. So then this goes up and tucks under the other wiring in the back here. And I will be going back and figuring out what the more efficient way, a cleaner way to do this is, but I think for wire lengths, this is what we're looking at. Okay, I want to take another zip tie, and this is where we're going to be setting our anchor point for now. For this is right around the end of the cable chain here. So this is going to, we're going to be able to put this on and then set our lengths here where everything is tucking in underneath the wire or the water cooling stuff. We're gonna pull some extra wire where it's needed. Like that. And then I'm gonna pull a zip tie through kind of the bundle here to, I think, get everything in underneath everything in here underneath the water cooling stuff. So we'll use there we go. This here. Hey, John. Oh, here we come. Thanks for raiding in, Grant and folks. Welcome. Hey, Ref. Hey, Grant, thank you. Good to see ya. This is quite... Okay, really we're just kind of holding this stuff back here. This will get cleaned up, but now this is what we're setting. And I'm gonna make a cover that's just gonna flip around here and just kind of keep these from pushing out to the side, and it'll pull everything in right here. So, hey Ricky, hey Matrix Tech, hey Geocacher, hey 3D and T Printing. What else do we have? Jeff Timmons, what is your timeline for completing this build? I don't have a timeline. It'll be probably another several streams. I really don't know. I don't know how much time is going to take for setting up all the tools, that kind of thing. So, hey Saul, Ricky. Below the video window is flashing. I had to restart my YouTube app. Weird. Timeline. Okay, so I think even though things aren't like totally organized here, what we're after is the wire length going through the chains. So I'm gonna somewhat tighten that, and this is gonna end up getting cut off anyway, so I'll just get that end of the zip tie out of the way. And now we can come back over here and the idea for any cable chain is we're going to pull all of these through tight, and then we're going to push it back. So, right, you see we're at the, we're following the outer edge of the cable chain, and when we pull it, we're following the inner edge. So we're finding where that midpoint is, and we're going to secure the bundle of wires at that midpoint. And I think this larger zip tie here is, nope, it's a little too large. Let's see, I'm gonna find a little medium-sized zip tie for that. Maybe something like this. I have a smaller wire-to-wire connector than an MF3 is large. It is kind of large, but you also need to, for most of this, current capacity isn't a big deal. But you do want to make sure that you're using appropriate connector for current you need. Okay, so we are going to go through here, and there's a little zip tie channel there. So if we go all the way out, pull it tight, put it in. So right about there is where I'm going to secure that. I don't think that's, I don't actually like that, because it doesn't quite hold that, because see, I can pull that through real easy. I don't like that. Let's get rid of that. I'm gonna go around the, the cable chain end here instead. So make sure I grab all the wires there, and then do the same thing. So if you, and I might change that around later, but now that's, see, that's a lot more secure. And the wires through the cable chain should be relaxed. Should be going around that center line. Hey, Micromine Nexus. Hey, Jeff. How many shots is that? I'm in favor of a double espresso. Any recommended for the base post to find good 1000mm MGN 12H rail and carriage for a build? Not necessarily. I don't know. Okay, so with all of that ran, we can get the sleeving done for this gigantic bundle of wire. I think I can come around here like this. Those are gonna go there, and then this can come around here, right? Yeah, so now that's here. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Hey, Laura. Hey, Sean. Hot dog stand. Okay, so that is our bundle here. Now this comes across here and then down through this cable chain raceway. All these out of the way. I'm not sure what that was. Oh, that's for the, oh, that I put that there because that's the water cooling connector. I think I just put it in the raceway there to get it out of the way. Okay. How am I gonna do this? Do you have a question on Trident? What orientation do you print the exhaust port? The way it comes into the slicer as it's no surface area? Do you flip it to the mounting side down? No, you print it as it comes into the slicer. It's got enough surface area if you've got good bed adhesion. Okay, this is the sleeving. And the thing is, we need to run this and then introduce each tool head wire as we get to it. With actually this will be a little easier if I move the bed back up. So let me move the bed back up because that'll bring the counterweight down. Okay, what's it catching on? Make sure nothing's catching. Okay, so this guy comes out here, this guy comes out here, here, and here. That's 3 years of owning a V-Core, 500 of finally printed. That is 500 millimeters. Finally used that area, huh? Hey, Mr. K. Hey, Mark Bass. You place that exhaust thing, you place the angled fan mount surface to the bed. Or you place the opening. As it imports. all the Voron parts are oriented as they're intended to be printed. So anything outside of that, you're on your own. You may have good luck, you may have success, but okay, let's see if I can get a little straighter cut on this. Okay, and oh, I think my little torch is in the other garage, and I need that. I need to seal the end of this. Hey, Redacted. Happy MFG. Thanks for being a member. I'm gonna be right back. We're gonna need a little bit of dancing max here, but I'll be only gone for a moment while I grab my little butane torch. Okay. Much straighter. Okay. Hey, Brent. Hey, John. Thanks for being a member for 26 months and 3D&T Printing. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay, so LED wiring is in here, and I want to split out this guy. So I've got both of these. The LED wiring ran in the same bundle here, so I'm going to split these out. This is going to be a substantial part of this train today, is just getting this reasonably organized. So it goes there, that's there. So both of these, we're going to start with the main bundle here. First time seeing a Blackbox. Oh, hi Kobe. Hey Armor 3D. First time seeing a Blackbox CE. What is this, or which printer could you compare it with? Is this new? This is not new. This has been around for a very long time. It is a tool changer build, so I mean, you compare it to any of the other. Put that all the way up into there. maybe right into there. That would be nice. Jubilee is a similar project. What other community-based tool changers are there? The E3D is definitely a company made, but it's closer to a community-based design than, say, the Prusa XL. So, but if I was comparing and talking about comparisons, I'd probably stick to the community designed stuff. All right, Rod, thanks for being a member. 2 years already. So it is a tool changer. Some of the unique parts about this design compared to others, it is designed to be water cooled. The tools only carry the heater and thermistor for each tool, so there's only 4 wires going to each tool. The rest of them are in this bundle going to the carriage, because the stepper, there's a IGUS Drylin printed coupling for the extruder gears, and then there is a NEMA 8 stepper that actuates the locking mechanism for the tools. Hoity, thanks for being a member. On a Blackbox, but I've yet to figure out a convenient way to modify the laws of physics to fit more printers in the same amount of space. Well, I'm just adding another 8-foot workbench. That's how I'm doing it. The E3D tool changer is no more. Yeah. But it's still another tool changer out there. Stealth changer, thank you. I should have, I skipped my mind. I apologize. Stealth changer is another community-based thing. Okay, so introducing other wires into this is fun, and I think I want to introduce these two basically at the same time. So let's go here. So this is going to come around. Now, what I want to try to do, so that's going to go right like that, with those wires coming in. Pull the LED wiring to where it kind of tucks into the extrusion there, just to get it out of the way, I think. Like that. How long is this whole thing going to need to be for the... Do I want the sleeving through the cable chain as well? If it'll fit, I will. So I'm gonna go probably about that long on this sleeving. I don't want to go all the way. I want to split it out once it gets into there. So let's go ahead and cut the sleeving on this other end. I'll cut it a little longer than I think for right now. And hope I don't regret this. Then I don't have to deal with all that full length. Let's torch this. Stealth changer, not a full printer, is a cool mod, for sure. And I would put it in the same category, I think. Hey, Wolf Pup, best thing about the Blackbox is it is smaller than an E3D tool changer with one more tool and a bigger build volume. It is for what it is a very space efficient build. Thomas, thanks for being a member. I miscounted M5x40 socket head for my 2.4 by 1. Oops. Hey, David. Very helpful and awesome. I'm glad to be helpful. Okay, so with this pulled through, and we want to pull this the rest of the way through, the remaining wires in this bundle. So I want to get all of this out. There's a kick in the lines for the weekend. If you're correct, I'll have plenty tomorrow. Okay, so if this, I want to just make sure that this is fully ran through. So now one way to do that is just kind of run these, swap the directions of the stuff. So that's all the way through. Now what I want to try to do is put one twist between that and the next tool. So right there is the twist, which is, I'm hoping, going to promote that not pulling out of the sleeving. So now with this hooked there, I can pull this whole thing through to the next spot in the next gap in the assembly here. So now all this comes out this way, and I can see I need to move everything out of the way that I might knock off of the table while I'm working. I'm pushing 40 and still get called and yelled at by my mom. Okay, so now with a twist in between there, I'm going to introduce the next tool wiring, which all of these I have labeled. So this I put number 3 on the cables here. So then unwind this without tangling it. And now we're going to pull this into the harness. Now, I really don't think she watches this, but speaking of birthdays, it is my mom's birthday today. So I'll do a little happy birthday just in case to my mom. More spare parts and screws and more printer I build. Who's the same? Well, yeah. Hey, out of Adam. So I can work on it easier and get it ready to print plastic soon. Nice. Okay, so that one's through. Now that's all cleared up. So now I want to do a twist. I'm going to try to do a twist in between each. And now we can pull this one through this same spot since it's going to go right here. So let's do this. This is going pretty okay. All these are sliding in and out of this stuff pretty well. So let's introduce this one right here. Actually, don't get tangled on this side. Talking about the 209 random people from the internet who wish her a happy birthday. Okay, so that is through. Let's pull this through. Make sure we are there. Now that's going to go through, and then we do another twist in the wire. And then this whole thing comes around the back side of here. Get ready for the next one. And this is working out. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but this is working out a whole lot better than I feared it would. Look at that. That is, this has to end up grabbing into these little, I guess there's no reason. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work. Those are not nearly big enough for this sleeving. So little feedback. These, yep, every one of them is breaking as I try to put this in. So these are gonna get embeefined and embiggened, and we will try again. I will get a measurement of the, you know what would be better? Is just a little zip tie mount here. These would be easy to make into little zip tie anchors to attach, and that can be done. I'll be able to modify that after the build. I have some wiring to get into there too, but let's see. Involved state bird emission. This back over. Go. Okay. Twist in between, then into the next one. So I'm going to remodel these little clips here, and they will attach in the same spot, and it'll just allow a path for a zip tie to come around, and that's going to be way better because these are just not beefy enough, not thick enough to really press this sleeving into there. So that'll be a in-between stream task. Apparently it's going to be the Steve Builds variant. But as far as running these wires in the sleeving, it's going to be very clean and out of the way when this is done. So I'm pleased with that. It's going to go in there like that. A Gaskin hissing cockroach just gave birth this week. We have a lot of baby cockroaches now. That sounds very frightening. To have a bunch of baby cockroaches, and what if one of those gets loose? Or two of them? The Bay Area gonna have a Madagascan hissing cockroach infestation? Oh. These all in here. Pull this way, lock them in. The other way, get it where I want. There we go. So now put this up into here, and a twist in the cable in between. Okay. Cockroaches, yeah, seen that movie, Pat. My monitor would love those if you want to get rid of them. Seen cockroaches aren't pests, as my daughter keeps telling me. It's the American and Norwegian species that give cockroaches a bad name. You go for $20 a pop. Wow. Okay, so I'm in the main bit here. So this is going to come up here, and it is going to squeeze into here, but it's going to be a tight squeeze. It doesn't matter because this doesn't move. As long as it squeezes in is all that matters. Are there any other wires that come up through here? I hope not. I don't think so. It's going to go there, and this is going to go right into there. So let's introduce the next wire to its friends. Express change that set right vent along the thick side. Ooh, ouch. Discord somewhere, but I'm drawing a blank. Which heat set press is that? This is the Vector 3D VLMP. I think I mean, even for just hobby, like build use, I'm a convert. Let's go around this side. One twist in there. There we go. I use it all the time. I use it more than just the bare iron now. So there are that one. There's various designs out there. I am pleased with this. Hey, McFartwright. Hey, Ram. Welcome. Okay, so I'll get this pulled through, and then one more time. Okay, now I think I'm gonna twist this, the rest of them. I feel like I am going to be severely have a extreme amount of leftover wire here. I'm gonna put this up towards the top there, just like that, I think. Let's see if this will click in. Yeah, that doesn't really click in. Those are gonna pop right out. I think the sleeving, I don't know what the next, I don't know exactly what size this is. I think it probably could have been one size down, because I've got a lot of extra space in there and it's not really going to click into here. So I think what I will do is actually cut it much shorter than I was going to. I cut it right about here. That way it takes care of all the stuff going all the way up to the cable chain here, but I'll be able to run it through the rest of this without problems, which I'm having problems now. So I really only needed this to be about 18 inches of sleeving to get through all of this. Yeah, let's do that, because it's not going to fit inside of this. And it's close. It's probably the correct exact size for this amount of, or this bundle of wire, but it's just too much with the sleeving to go into there. So I think we will cut it right here. Make sure I don't have any important wires in there. Pull this back a little bit further, make sure we're good there. Torch it. When in doubt, cut it out. Okay. That's going to come all the way up here, and that will just go. These couple up here might not close, but all of these will. Those are closing just fine. This is way overpacked for a cable chain if it was moving, but this isn't moving. This is just to keep, the harness from interfering with the moving bed. Admiral Adama. 2 years I used to have an Indian fruit bar bat. I had someone bring me a Mexican free-tail that had broken, kept getting, after getting him healed up. As an origin, I never heard an origin species of cockroaches. Hey Nick, welcome. I believe this is all the wires that need to go in the chain. I believe so. I hope so. And I think what I'm going to do here is I am just going to pop these last links and maybe use a zip tie. Use a zip tie around it just to make sure this doesn't fall out. But once it hits actual wires, I will, I'm just closing them up. So just three links worth I'm gonna pull out, and that'll keep this nice and clean. If I feel like I need to, I can put a zip tie around at the top here, and then it'll go right on down. The water cooling wiring is right there. This is going all the way down here. These are fitting in just fine. It's just that sleeving. And once I replace these pieces with some zip tie anchors, then all of that will make sure that it's out of the way of the belt here, which it's out of the way now, and I think it would be fine even as it is, but it is packed in. Yep. But this is, I mean, it is a cable chain. The alternative here would be to do some sort of printed part. It would be a large or multi-piece printed part. I think this is probably a decent solution for getting the wires past the bed without a umbilical of some sort that's going to potentially bow in and interfere. So I did label them. Yeah, I did. I made sure to label them. I knew I was going to lose their positions very, very quickly. I also don't really want this to be a big, giant, tangled mess. So let me, while I'm right here, make sure I have these, because this one right here is kind of weird tangle. Go. Okay, so all of these are now going to run through the run through and over to the board. What do we have? Let me open up the, let me clean up my tabs here. This is what we want. Okay, so this was installing that. I think we actually want the wiring guide. Electronics, enclosure, water, oh, wiring guide was a different document, right? Let me find that. Work in progress wiring. Here we are. Okay, so this is basically just kind of saying where things plug in. How to get them there is not covered, so we can figure that out. Pull this over here. turn this around. Let's go here. So I've got a big bundle of wire over here that I think needs to come under and through here. It's got to come under and through this guy here. I think that's a really tight turn right there. Let's fix that by shifting this over. This is Ryan Cowboy 1. Thanks for being a member. Have you powered on the PSU to make sure it's working? Yes. Several streams ago, I made sure, yep, just confirmed. I flipped the switch and I think I powered up and measured the voltage on it. Did I? I don't know. That's a good question, actually. I thought I had, but maybe I hadn't. I might be mixing up other builds. Okay, I'm gonna shift this that way so I can make this bend easier with this big bundle of wire to go through the center channel. So let's see if I can just get in here. Loosen that one. Where are you at? That one. Let's see. Oh, there we are. Oh, the whole thing moved. That means that I don't have the, I didn't actually tighten the one going into the frame. Oh, that's a pain. How can I do that most, how can I view that most effectively? I think we can see it here. And what do we got? Not bad for a quick, but unfortunately, this whole thing is shifting. But yeah, see, that mount is shifting, which means I didn't tighten that down into the spot. Which means I need to pull the raceway off and then tighten this. Guess I will move that over probably about right there. And that should give me enough room to pull the wire through over here. So I'm getting in between all of this. Let's see if we can just pull these wires out temporarily. Yeah, we'll do that. Ah, I have to do one of them. Look at that. Not worried about the USB cable rubbing on the pulley shaft. USB cable running on the pulley shaft. What USB cable running on the pulley shaft? I'm worried about all kinds of stuff rubbing. What, there we go. But I'm not worried about too many things rubbing until I'm at the point where I am actually finalizing where the wires go. So all of that goes back into here, to here, all of this up through here. RP heebie-jeebies for the pie, for the pie. Oh, this. No, because that's a fixed location and there is a few millimeters of space. This isn't going to be sitting here moving. This isn't going to be sitting here moving. It clears. Clearance is clearance, right? Looks like the USB cable to the Pi is resting on the shaft. It's not. It's the angle. There is probably 3 or 4 or 5 millimeters of space there. Okay, so all of this in there now, and there is this printed piece to make sure that none of the wires get in the way of the Z pulley. So with that, we have our big bundle of wires here that I'm not looking forward to figuring out. That's LEDs. I think all of this needs to go under and into that, but it doesn't easily go into that because it's got to go into this space here. So let's reach under here. Let's just see if this will. Let's move this over, move the power supply over a bit so I can gain myself a gap right there. There's going to be lots of little tweaks of wire lengths, I think, once we get this in here. My guide is more along the lines of instructions to build your own script to reflash the controllers with a single command for updates. You still have to set up manually initially. Right, but if that changes, they have to change the script. I mean, I get it. I get it and I like it. But I don't tend to use those. I just don't. Okay, I am going to try making the power cables here more into one. I'm not going to pull this tight, but just kind of pull this into a little bit more of a bundle there. And same on the corner here. Pull these. There, and then that's a little bit more of a figure out where we need to shift stuff on this other side as we go along. But where are the transatlantic cable? Nope. Camera overboard. Okay. And then, okay, so while we're there, before we get too far, let's figure out what wires need to pull. I think this is still going to be the best camera for the, oops, sorry. Yeah, there we go. Okay, all of these come through here now. So we've got this bundle of wire, that one. What if I put the USB cable separate from all of this? That's probably pretty good. Let's get some control of those. Well, these go across, so I'm gonna just kind of stitch together a little bit. Nothing tight, just a little bit of a. USB cable is going to go on its own, and these signal wires for the SSR is going to go on its own. So now this comes to the end here. We've got wires going in both directions, but we've got some tightness over here. So what is tight along here? Pull this out. We got extra wire there. I'm going to pull a lot of this out of the raceways, because now we're really needing to know exactly how our wires are being ran. What wire is tight? These are tight. What did these go to? Here, let's just pull this out. This is going to be a pain right now, but I think it'll pay off. Yeah, let's just pull this all out. It's there. Some extra long wires. I hope I don't regret this. That's those. Where does that go there? Oh, that's the wire coming up for the. Okay, so that needs to go there. And these are tight. Which one is tight? That's out of the way. That goes there. It's tight. All of them are out of the way. This is the SSR. It's fine. This is going to go in here. But which ones are being tight here? These go along there. Take the kid on a nap walk. I'll be back shortly. See you in a bit, Uncrazomatic. Why is this? With any bundle of wires, this guy right here is the tight one, and it's the power for the 12 volt converter. Can I get that? It is power for the 12 volt converter. So that is this guy here, which is that's this guy here, which is about as far over as it can get. So that wire seems a little short. Well, the cable channels will, I mean, this will be nice and clean once we're done, but you got to go through the pain to get there. How long is the source wire for this 5 volt converter? Is that this one? Oh yeah, that one's extra long. Let's swap those. Power wire for the, and it might be swap both, because both of these are definitely shorter than the one. So I may have swapped those, and I just need to swap them back. So let's get the 5 volt and the 12 volt like this. That is okay. And let's swap the main power going to those. So let's pull this one. This one. See you, John. Are you watching the match? I don't know about that, John. Okay. So this is the longer one. Which one was on what side? I think the 5 volt was over here. And then the 12 volt was over here. Now, do we have... No. Yeah. Much better. Much better. Okay, so let's pull this out of here. Up there, let's make sure our 5 volt power is correct. Printer CAD with wires modeled, I know it's not feasible. Well, that also adds a lot of overhead in the design in the CAD file itself, just in terms of like file size. All of these. Actually, let me make sure that these are out of the way. Let's get, okay, those out of the way. I'm gonna make sure these wires, which are our end stop and signal wires for the bed, go in there. This is, that's the, that, and this, where does this go? That's part of these wires, but that can just go in there right now. So that's the live wire for the bed. Just like that. Those in there. These tucked into the channel. Let's get a little zip tie here to hold these together. 90 minutes till giveaway. You're right. We have a Polymaker filament giveaway today. Imagine that. Link is in the description in the pinned post. Oh, speaking of filament, and not necessarily Polymaker, I have another blaster to build. I want to go different colors than or different color scheme than I have been. Any suggestions? Okay, so that's better. There you go, Tuxedo. That's the way to think. Voxy Tuck. Okay, now with all of this out of the way, the USB cable is all on its own. Glow in the dark or grab Prucement that pops under black light. Does the Prucement pop under black light? Have you done all of them in PLA or are you going to do ABS? So all of mine, okay, let me start over. Let's put that in there. The words. The Talon Claw is the only one I've done in PLA. Well, that's okay. Well, that's convenient. That's where my USB cable is going to go. That was a, where did that go? Where did that go? That was a tab from the wire chain. I bent it too far and it snapped, but it snapped in a good spot. So anyway, all of mine have been PET G except for the Talon Claw, which is PLA. I have not attempted one in ABS yet, or ASA. Where does this go? It goes that way to here. Let's see auxiliary power. Oh. Done. Suggesting go to Protopasta workshop in August or October and make your own special order. Use it for all the things. I want to do that, Bob, 100%. I want to do that. And if I do that, we will find things to print with it. However, almost exclusively, I use ABS or ASA for printers. If they ever get to the point where they're making a more printer-friendly filament, then that would be awesome to do. Did you do any with Cookie CAD already? The SBL I just did was Cookie CAD. The Witch's Brew, I think. Changes color with temperature. I could, I don't have any. Gizmo Dorks does a glow in the dark green and blue ABS. Implementing wire harnesses, oh fun. How about the dual tone ones? Could do, the dual extruded ones. How about going for a realism style, blued metals and wood perhaps? Maybe not a great idea. Yeah, not a great idea, especially for something I'm gonna stream, even if it's a member stream. These need to be bright, fun colors. This is foam flinging fun is what we do. Do a Nerf blaster in a semi-transparent color, that's an idea. I do have a blaster coming up. We are going to do one blaster build in a Discord hangout. It won't be a stream. And that one is the main color, or the accent color on that is Prucement Carmine Red PET G, which is a beautiful filament. Try one ASA using Ambrosia Titanium Anno. I don't like the styrene, so not likely in the cards. I've talked to Alex a little bit. We'll see. Not a big sports fan, being Canadian. Everybody in hot areas, making sure to keep hydrated. Yes. Okay, let me get back to these. That is going in there, and that is clear. This is going in here. That is clear. These, now the rest of what we have is power. Good. So this one can come down here, and I can actually shift this one around based on how much extra room I have. So now this, I think I can take another one of my little zip ties here. It needs to be bright and fun. Use Prince of Purple instead. That, I just saw that. Zombie posted a picture of that Ambrosia Prince of Purple, and I am all about, that is a beautiful thing, but I really want an orange and a green in that same style. So let's just do a little thing there. Now this is a little more manageable bundle of wires, and the big thing is they're not twisted up with a bunch of other wires. And when I go to put the main harness through here, hopefully they'll kind of go through distinctly from each other. I think quite a bit cooler today in Northern California. Yeah. Prediction is only 88. Okay, this all the way back into the corner there. All of these, I think I can actually move this thing a bit over. Maybe. What is this wire? This is the 12 volt. Maybe it needs to keep going that way. That's there. What is this guy that's going underneath? There we go. So those there, and this right here, and here, into the chain. To the chain we go. Stop. Nobody knows. It's going to come back up into there. Okay. That was a lot, but I think it was useful and worth it. It's going to go right in there. The idea of semi-transparent sounds fun. Imagine you can add an LED or two fairly easily. Just batteries is the thing. Maybe that would be something to keep in mind when we do a flywheel blaster. But most of the ones don't have battery. Okay, let's switch back to this view, I think. And how did that get under there? Yep. There. And oh, jeez. Get this out of the way. Okay, now we've got the harness here. And it is going to go underneath here. And this is where we really introduce the rat's nest to the electronics compartment. Go up through here and then bend into the thing. But I think I'm going to do the same as I was doing with the other, is start just kind of keeping this together as one bundle. One thick wire snake, yeah. Not tight, not enough to deform the insulation on the wires. It's over here, but enough to keep things kind of acting like basically one wire. Same thing. That. Okay. This is going to go up into here. End up into here, and I'm going to put this guy on. Right like that. Then we got to figure out where everything goes and see whether it goes all the way around the horn or ducks underneath to plug directly in. So one more wire here before, zip tie here before it enters that cable raceway. How often do people running Revo end up tightening the nozzle? I ran my printer for a week and noticed that it was really loose, even though the filament was keeping it in place when cool. So if you saw, Prusa did a little thing on their high temp pro machine that they've implemented basically a Revo mode into Prusa Slicer, because they were finding on their high temp machine the direction that was arcs were being printed in had a tendency over time to loosen that nozzle. So you might want to look at that newer version of Prusa Slicer, or if whatever slicer ends up adding that. Otherwise, just make sure you tighten it often. It's an interesting thing that happens. And it's even more interesting, I don't know if it's been reported anywhere else, but the first I'd heard it reported was in relation to the Prusa Pro machines, because they use Revo high temp as the hot end on those. Yeah, that's good. And that lays right there, lays right above this little printed part protector. So LED. So let's start figuring out where things plug in so I can figure out what, I think the LED is probably going to be the one that has to go under and around. Some of these others may as well. We may have a little channel of wires that go underneath this center. So where does the LED plug in? Do we have, excuse me. We've got tools from all the tree support circles. That's funny, but probably somewhat true. What do-it-yourself printer can you recommend for first timers? I already have a plug-and-play printer. Well, my natural recommendation is give me a Voron, pick a Voron. But that's a very biased recommendation, so. Did we have, okay, let's find out. What do we have here? We have the extruder motor, which is going to plug into the main controller. Yeah, the 6HC, so that's gonna plug in there. Let's just go down instead of scrolling up and down and around, let's find the extruder stepper E, and let's figure out where it is going to reach and what wire path it's going to need to go on. So this is the extruder, and if we sent this all the way around, and it's got to go there and there, and that's not enough length to do that. So it's going to have to dart underneath this extrusion. Boy. There. And this is going to be fun just doing this. So that one, let's just say that one I know is going to need to go that way. And let's go to the next. Trident, yep. Great suggestion. The tool lock motor is going to go onto the 6HC as well. So I think I marked that. Yep, marked that right there. So we'll pull this through. And right here. So that one is going to go under. So there's not going to be enough room, enough length to take those all the way. Now we may go further along this chain just to use up the slack, so we can go anywhere if you see along like this to be able to plug in over here. I don't know exactly where that ends up yet, but if you think you'll ever use a panel do, make sure you leave IO0 or IO1 open. They have the UART channel for serial displays. So this will, And I'm counting on that having been accounted for. There's a panel do 7. My plans are to replace this with a DSI connected, hopefully 8-inch if it fits within this envelope. Otherwise, a 7-inch DSI touchscreen. So I get the mobile Duet web control view rather than the panel do. But I want to try the panel do, and I'll build it with this. One of the things I don't like about this is I hate resistive screens, and this is a resistive screen. I do not like resistive screens. Okay, and then I'm not going to keep switching to the instructions. I'll just figure X end stop is the next one, and the X end stop plugs into this little bundle of things. So let's find the X end stop in the wires. This is X end stop here. And then just kind of run these through. And if this were to go all the way through, it does reach. So this one, I'm going to take, I'll just run down here and set in between, maybe just set it in between the belts here as an indicator. This is one that's going to go the full length of the cable raceway. Cool. I see a lot of wiring, and they use up the UR ports for something silly like an end stop. Could. I mean, we'll definitely, if you see that, call it out. I'm expecting that it's been accounted for, though. Tool lock end stop goes to the same end stop group. So here's the tool lock end stop, and pulling this all the way through here. We've got a wire here that comes in between. So I'm going to pull that out. Try to keep them as clean as possible. And this is the same length, so it's going to reach the same way. So there's those two that are going to go through here. What printer to build? Worth picking a printer you can buy a kit of. Yeah, for sure. Something that's available. Self-sourcing is a lot of fun, but it costs more generally. And it's a lot of work to sort what you need and what you might be missing, and especially in the fasteners and stuff, because often you can't buy like 5 of a fastener that you need. You end up buying 20 to 100 of them. And that's a big part where a kit can realize savings, is in fasteners and stuff like that, where your minimum quantities self-sourcing, you end up with a bunch of waste. But you want to find a kit that's going to give adequate extras too, because it really sucks to lose or be missing and be short one fastener. Okay, next thing is a Z end stop. Self-sourcing is for experienced builders. Z stop right here. And that's going to go into that same thing, and it's the same length as the rest, so I'm going to assume that that's going to reach. So all the stops are going to go through here. Not a good first time experience. Part cooling fan. Is that this guy? Part fan. Where is that going to plug in? Part cooling fan is plugging in right in this area. So I think that's going to be the same thing. And this is a long wire. Yeah. But let's confirm as this comes around here. Yeah, there's plenty of room for that one to go around the horn. Waste our inventory for the next build. You're absolutely right. That's absolutely right. I mean, everything back here is Y end stop. So that is this guy over here. We are not worrying about other frame wiring. That'll be steppers, Z stepper, that kind of stuff yet. I'm focusing on the X carriage wiring right now. Wrapped in 5mm sleeve. Oh, so that's the Y runs through there. This is the Y stop. Yeah. And then a bunch of other things. We've got diagrams. So this is a work in progress wiring diagram. There is each tool head is, still need to figure that out. Our LEDs, this is such a short wire, I know it's gonna need to go across. So that's gonna go there. These are just the Duet diagrams for the 3HC and the 6HC. Was there, this is pin references, pin reference. Do we have anything that says, I think there was something up here that kind of gave an overview of what plugged in where. So we'll go from there. Not a whole kit, at the very least kits as in motion kit or fastener kit for that model help out a bit. In retrospect, I think would have been happier to do a kit for my first build and do self-sorts for others. I've definitely, I mean, I've done the full gambit of all those options. Let me go up. Was there a general? Oh, this is the LEDs. The LEDs are going to plug into the same fan area, so that'll definitely need to be there. Hoping, I thought there was a general, what is this? Ah, tools. Okay, here's where we're looking at tools. So let's go up and start at the beginning. This is tool docs, assignment and colors. Wire wrapping. Oh, that's for the panel do. What is this? Okay, panel do. Oh yeah, so that's where, so they are plugging it in right there. Norgorat. Panel do is plugging into, I bet you that's IO01 or something like that, whichever one you were talking about. Do the full gambit, I would need to be ready to run printer, not up for that. Okay. Wire routing tool 0. Don't forget tool 0 is closest. What do we have? Tool dot connections for FDM tool. Okay, so this is blue is tools 3, 4, and 5 go to the 3HC, and 0. Oh, okay, tools 2, 3, and 4 go there. All my builds from community projects for my Vorons, going with kits for the first build is the way I wish I would have went. Yeah. Okay, so 0 and 1 go to the 6HC, and right there at the end, 1 over, okay. So let's separate out the various tools that are here. So this is 4 and 4. Those, I mean, that makes sense. That's the shortest wires because it's the furthest distance. I want to pull these through, and okay, so this is 4. I'm going to put this off to the side. This guy gets over here. Okay, let's pull the rest of these. We're doing okay. So then 3 is this guy. Now the interesting thing is, if I was suggesting this, although it doesn't make sense from a connection point of view, from a wire length point of view, given that the wires are all fixed, I probably would have taken 3 and 4. Well, no, never mind. I'm gonna take that back, because 3 and 4 are gonna go right across here. I'm gonna retract that. These are gonna be the right length to hit the 3HC, so never mind. I retract my statement. I was gonna say I would have probably taken them to the closer controller, but actually that's the closer controller. So those two, go there, and then 2. It's the next shorter one here. It's nice and easy to identify. Let's see where this goes. Trying to get things detangled. Comes through. Oh yeah, this is fully broken now. That sucks. Still 2. There we go. That goes over there. So those are our 3HC tools. And then, oh shoot, that's a bad idea to pull that many through there. Uh-oh. What happened there? The wires, since they're all separate, they tend to run in between the wires for another and produce an interesting tangle, which is really, really fun to get out. Okay, so this is 1 and 2. And if these come through here, come around, I think they will just barely reach. So these are going to go around the bend as well. Okay, that's good. We're making progress. We have making progress, and we have 1 hour and 2 minutes till Polymaker Filament giveaway. Let's get those likes up. Hi, Marcel. Okay. Flip this around. So with all of this, let's pull these over here. We have not cleaned up our power situation. So let's look at what we have here. We cleaned it up on the other side. Let's clean it up on this side. So everything here is power. Where did this come from? Where is that going? That's that. There we go. Much better view. Remember that I bought the USB Nighthawk toolhead board? I don't even know if they have started shipping yet. They are all shipping. I'm seeing people receiving them. Okay, this is here. Got all of this that I want to clean up. So I'm going to pull these out of the way. This is... Where did that go? What is that? Where did that? What is that wire? Got this guy. Got that. That. What was this? Where did that go? That's kind of a... Let's move that out of the way. And... It's these guys, right? Where did that go? Did that go... Oh, that's the... That is the... That's the water cooling. Okay. That's the water cooling. My only destination is a sandwich and a nap. Okay. That is the water cooling. And what was I doing for... It comes up and around there. It needs to. Where does this plug in? Let's shift, because I feel like I want to know where exactly this water cooling line needs to reach. And I think it would be easier to figure that out now rather than later. So let's do some parts of the water cooling build. The guide, and let's do parts of the water cooling build, because I think that'll be useful right now. Water cooling. Okay, let's go to the beginning of the document, and zoom in a bit. I dumped the cable chains on my 2.4 for a can umbilical, totally worth it. I've been going umbilical on more builds as kind of getting comfortable with the setups and routing. But I don't know if I'm settled on a recommendation on how to do it. Okay, we are going to do, let's go ahead and do this stuff, get kind of this, we're gonna stop at a certain point, but to begin, we are going to start on some of this. That way we can get to a point where we're putting it in place, we know exactly where the wires need to go for it. Is going to USB an upgrade to CAN bus or just an alternative? It's an alternative. It's easier to set up. It's basically just another MCU connected to your Pi. But I think there are probably advantages in CAN bus for longer routes and multiple toolhead setups, probably. So, okay, got all of these parts. So we are going to bring this down and yep, and get some heat sets inserted. Get some of this assembled. Build my Stealth Max, and I prefer to route the umbilical out of the vent cutout area. Yeah, I haven't found a scenario where you route it down the back outside the printer that I like. Everything I've done has been routing inside the printer. What to use for a stiffener. Latest is spring steel wire or piano wire. Seems to be doing well thus far. So we no longer think outside the box. Press this one in. No way to get in there easily with the ruler. Just careful. Carefuling. Anybody watch Sarah Intuned? She's hilarious, and I love her builds. feel like she could incorporate some 3D printing into the builds. There we go. Yeah. Okay, that one is done. We have, a heat set in here. Now I route the A drive and it's fine, but I'm liking the look of printers where it routes up and out the vent. I routed the LDO USB cabling is the perfect size to route inside the channel. I don't like that heat set. It is malformed. Let me see if you can tell. See the size of the threads on that? It is not a proper heat set. So that's gonna go away. For my Nighthawk, I repurposed my XY chain as a Z chains. The umbilical come out of that. It doesn't even bend over the entire vertical travel. It's a Z chain split at 3/4 up and have the umbilical coming out of that. Not sure if I'm understanding correctly. I'm not sure I'm thrilled, would be thrilled with that, but if it works for you. Maybe controversial, my rat rig just runs wires from the tool head straight to the main board at the back. As long as there's connections near tool head, it works great. Simplifies the electronics. Could always have great community in your back pocket. Yes. There's no stress, bend, tension. Yeah, I'd have to look at it a little closer to give a more determine if I like that or not. Okay, M3x8 socket heads. So we're going to start assembling this stuff. Are those going to join your malformed? Yes, I put it into the little malformed screw container from this project. So these go into there. Need some M3x8 socket heads. Must be these guys. You think about buying a used Ender 5 and converting it to something like a Mercury 1 or similar instead of a full build like a... I really like my Mercury 1. And if you can get the Ender 5 cheap enough, then it's worth it. It is not worth it to buy an Ender 5 with the intent of converting it to a Mercury 1. You're better off buying the proper, or just the frame extrusions of the proper lengths. But I really like my Ender 5. I mean, my Mercury 1. But mine is also fully kitted out with the Hydra bed setup and that. So I'm not sure I would like it as much if it wasn't the full 3 lead screw tilt and all that. I think Dutch Dude and Turtle have done a great job with the setup on the Mercury 1. And it is a printer that is in my stable and will stay there. If I'm grabbing frame extrusions, I'm building a Legacy. I like the latest iteration of my Legacy too. It works well. Those are my DIY printers that are go-tos for PLA and PETG. I got mine off Marketplace for like $200. Okay. And they wanted the extrusion PSU ferrous steel, but not a complete steel. How come we jumped from cable chains to CAN bus? Was there something I missed about just running wires from the tool head straight to the top back of the printer? It takes the same route as my PTFE tube. Just fewer wires, less weight, less everything. Okay, yep. This guy that needs a heat set, and apparently, that really needs a heat set? So I've been going through all of the files and tweaking heat set hole sizes and stuff like that. And I wonder if I missed this one. or if that was just elephant's foot that made that look smaller than it was. I just cleared that out. Anyway, I've been tweaking the files for adjusting the heat set sizes and stuff, and any other little tweaks that I feel are necessary. Mostly it's just heat sets and then putting chamfers on the print surface type stuff. But I'm thinking I remember editing this file. I don't remember if I specifically changed that size or not. Largest printer I have right now, Ender 5 Plus. Mine's an Ender 5 Pro based, and it's a good size. Schooling is taken away from my free time. Build printers after work, I bet. Electronics backpack, then rather than the bottom of the printer. Design is constant evolution based on new tools you add to your skill set. Okay, so we got that, and then we have to put an insert into 6 of these guys from the bottom. So let me grab a 1, 2, 3 block to make this a little easier. And I need one more heat set. OpenBuilds shorted me parts on my Micron Plus kit. If you're building a first floor on, go with LDO by Zetic. My honest, well, okay, I don't have direct experience here, but from what I've heard, if I was going out and looking for a kit, I would probably be looking at, even given your experience there, I'd still be looking at a FormBot over Zetic. But everyone's gonna have their own experience. Okay. We've got 6 of these guys. Stuff. That's the way it is. Okay. I think that's all the heat sets. Okay, so water console. Locate and print fan shroud and use 4 M3 by 25 socket heads to capture the 60/20 fan and secure them to the 60mm radiator, just like that. This radiator, we've seen it. It is absolutely adorable. And I brought the fan over here. Fan appears to point up, and okay, looks like is that the green? The wire for the fan should exit the relief channel marked in green as oriented below. So that'll go there. And that whole thing goes into there with the wire going through that spot there. So let's go out a little bit here. So this is going like this, I think. Yep. And then this is going on top of here. And then I need M3 by 25 socket heads. Let's probably these guys. Nope, that's 30. It's these guys. Do I have any experience with the Goliath hot end? Yes, I have a VZBot 235 that has a Goliath hot end on it. For what I've printed on it, it's working fine. I haven't had any problems with it. The overall, I don't use the printer much right now because the screen, I know it seems like kind of a dumb reason not to use it, but the screen has not worked in a very long time. So it hasn't gotten my attention. Where are you? Barely long enough, but also you don't want it too long and going into the it's not actually hitting there. Yeah, there is like half a thread going into these, which is not a great thing. Yeah, oh, there we go. Why is that one not going? Those for Steve, be sure to tag them so it calls his attention. They just, do you have any experience? Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Bill is absolutely correct. If you have a specific question, tag me. So what I have going on here is you can see where I'm trying to thread in that screw. It's pulling the metal away. And you can also see that the housing here kind of bends in. I'm gonna try to bend that out without screwing this up. I'm gonna use my trusty pliers here. And I'm just gonna grab this like this and just kind of try to tweak that way without hitting the fins. I don't know if this is a great idea or not, but bend that in there, then bend it back down and hope to get that kind of pulled back in line. Let's see if that gets this to fit, to line up a little better. Hit that time, and that hit there, so see if the other two line up. Yep, I think that did the trick. That one, yeah, I think we're good. Yep. Okay, so that's all on. Now this all goes in here with, I think, this running through there. Is that, what is keeping that from going through there? That's keeping that from going through there. So there are two tabs on the radiator that could probably use a little bit of relief in this part. Channels for those. So what can I do about that without, I think that's too wide. Yeah, that is too wide to fit in there all on its own. Let's see. So what I kind of want to try one thing first is a quick little gentle, see if I can bend it around that, and it does appear to be moving. See if that fits in there now. Better. Maybe more than smacking it. Maybe if I take something, even something as simple as something like this, and just push it. This is not hard metal. It doesn't take much to bend it. I could grind it off. I didn't want to make that tab shorter is the problem. I thought about just taking my side cutters, because this is pretty soft stuff, and just going here and doing like that. But I wanted to see if this will, with just that little bit of persuasion, percussive persuasion, would go in. And it did. That was just enough to get that to go in. Posted in Discord screen chat. Oh, you're set up there. I'm not thrilled there still, Evo Steve. I'd be concerned about max travel. If you do all your printing lower than where that might become an issue, then sure. But it does look clean. I'm just not a fan of using the cable chain like that. In terms of using water support material, PLA, what would be better, a tool changer or an IDEX? Either. There's, I mean, your key there, Happy, is that you have two different nozzles extruding the dissimilar materials. As long as you have two completely different nozzles, and you're better off than a splitter like a AMS or MMU or whatever. Okay, that is on. That went in there. I think a little bit of printed relief for those spots might be a good idea. Locate print air guard and secure the back with two M3x6s. M3x6s, that must be these guys. What do we got? 36 minutes till filament giveaway time. So this goes right on there. Oops. Actually wanted this view. Oh, that is bending that out of the way. So although it fit in, it's because this side, it's not great. What pump for the liquid cooling is being used? I've got it over here. We'll get to that here in a second. I'm gonna ease this out and relieve these. Try to bend these over. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get these far enough over for that. Let's see. I didn't want to cut it, but let's see how well it cuts. It is not a whole lot to that metal. The sharp edges off. I didn't want to cut it, but it was worth trying, I think. This out of the way here. I guess I'll take this and smooth it off too. And give myself a little more room. I mean, I didn't even need to cut it. It files pretty quickly as well. A lot of material. Break out the Sharpie, cover the shiny bits. Good call. Good call. I like how you're thinking. Oops. All the scratches. Seen solder cut hard. Yeah. Flat black nail polish. Just takes a whole lot longer to dry, but I think flat black nail polish would look better. Sharpie is basically, I mean, it's very much, you can tell it's a dark purple, the black Sharpie when you do this, because if you look at it in the right light, you can see that coming through. But it's good enough for something that you're never going to see. Okay, now let's put this back in here. I bet you it fits even better now. Yeah, way better. As I'm bending this out of the way and threatening to break my part. Posca markers. What are Posca markers? Is that a paint marker? Oh, it comes up as a... Oh, so they're paint markers. Oh, Sharpie makes a water-based acrylic marker. Interesting. Thanks, Legit. So I'll look at those a little closer. Posca markers. They're paint pens. That's fitting a whole lot better than it did a moment ago. Where are you at? Okay, here's another case. I'm just gonna drive this in, see where it's making marks. These need to be tweaked, it sounds like. Ooh, that's weird. Is that one even tapped? Yeah, it was, but I think it had powder coat on it. It's threading and fine now. I had to look away when you did that. I had the collection of serrated side colors where people would have borrowed to cut something soft. Oh yeah, that, you're right. That wasn't necessarily the proper tool for that, but these things are just workhorses for just various soft cutting needs. But you're right, an alternate tool would have been better. When I'm threading this in, I'm making sure I don't drive this into the fins of the radiator too. So let's try that and see where these are actually. Okay, So that one would line up, but this one needs to get bent out, which seems weird because it doesn't really look like it should be bent out. Looks like that one needs to be bent that way. Yeah, maybe that's the one that actually needs to be moved. So this, let's move this one out. I think that might go together now. Go. I think probably a revision I would do is slot these holes. For sure on this side, just to accommodate the radiator being a bent sheet metal piece. Okay, that is together. Okay, here's the water pump. Someone was asking about the water pump. Appears to be a freeze mod, freezemod.com. that guy. What's the quiet music in the background? It's just Stream Elements. It is the Cherry Soda playlist. You slot them, might add a washer. Yeah. I don't know what if there's any clearance issues yet, but that's never a bad idea. So yeah, it's Cherry Soda by well, that's interesting. Not exactly sure. Is that, are there two wires coming over here? Yeah, I think that I think that never got connected. Is that supposed to come connected? Stream Beats, yeah. Did I say Stream Elements? I meant Stream Beats. Let's see what this says. Remove any existing water fittings from the inlet and outlet of the water pump. Okay. Use the below image as a reference to install one BSP tube fitting and one BSPT to barb fitting. Air ground. The barb fitting will seal with an O-ring and standard threads. The tube fitting will seal via pipe threads. Slide the pump reservoir down into there. Okay. Thought you were gonna say Cherry Cola by Eagles. Nope. Water cooling parts. Are they in here? No. I got a bag of water cooling parts. Where did I put those? Did I leave them over here? No, not over here. Where did I put those? It has the lines and everything in it. I think I put them over here. Yeah. Hey, Letian. So we have miscellaneous fittings down in here. We've got the push fitting. And, oh, that's a different push fitting. We've got a barb fitting and probably the correct, what looks like the picture push fitting. We got a few other things in here. So, according to this, and I just dropped a printed part. There you go. There it is. These wires. This just flung around here, and it's like a cat. The wires on anything you're using wants to fling stuff off your bench. Okay, so that goes there. Been thinking about the value of my table saw. I need the space, but love the tool. Yeah, agree. There's an O-ring on here that they talk about. So that one seals with an O-ring. That means that we tighten this just a touch, not super. One more. There we go. Just to there. And this one is a tapered pipe fitting with the sealant already applied, so just go to tight. You know, water cooling fins, we're getting exotic. I'm gonna just call that there. We can tighten it if we see any leaks, but that doesn't end up bottoming out. It's a taper fit, so not a noisy pump or vibrate lots. I hope not too. Okay, so that's there. And then it goes, there's the slot for the wires. And what is this saying? Once seated, locate print pump strap and secure. Oh, okay, that strap, and it secures with an M3 by 25. Got it. So this goes on here with the wires routed through the channel here. This is a tight fit. Why is that? We're relying on that to hold that together. That is quite a fit, though. I'm a little worried about cracking this part. It's a little tight in there. What do we got here? We've got a definite lip on this, a molding lip. So I'm going to deal with that. Noga deburring tool here. Run this around the, oops, that is the wrong, that one's cut a little too much. Seemed like it might have been it, but let's try this one. Better. Wires out of the way. Okay. All the stuff concerned about leaks. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see if that fits better without that, or if we have to do other things. Still a tight fit is better. It does fit, it's just very tight. seam go all the way in there. And then this guy goes over that and gives us a nice little face. Faces everywhere with eyebrows. That's at a 25. Do I have another 25 over here? I think I'm shy an M3 by 25 for that. Unless there's somewhere else in the kit. There might be M3 by 25s and other bits. 4 and 4. I mean, I've got plenty of M3 by 25s. I feel like there's probably an extra little baggie. Let me see if this is. Is this a 30? Nope, there's a 25. Okay. That could be a little bigger there. Is there a ledge on here? Just a little bit. That doesn't line up very well with the. If this is pressed into here, that screw doesn't line up with that heat set. This has to come out a bit. I don't think it matters, but that could probably stand to be a little closer. Yeah, I'm not. This needs to be a this needs to be a lot closer than it is. That needs to change, because what's happening is I'm trying to get that to line up, and it is just wanting to cross thread that heat set. So, and that has no space there for moving. Basically this guy needs to shift over. I don't know what variations there are in these pumps though. Yeah, this is centered here. That's centered. Let's see if I can get a better angle there. See, that is not. And it needs to be. This is centered in between those spots. I got it to thread in without cross threading, so it is held in place now. But that could be another tweak, another little tweak. Okay, and where does this mount on the printer? Mount the water console to the left and, oh, it mounts on a panel. So it mounts on the left panel. Through the back here. That goes through there and then points out. Okay. I've got 2 wires here, but is there a third? I don't know what these other 2 wires do. Is there a tight threads become, so that's this other fitting. Let's go up. Once you to locate and secure the pump. I'm sorry, I'm looking, trying to find if there's any indication on this wiring, because there's 2 wires that aren't connected, but we only have 4 wires going to the to this connector anyway. So maybe those 2 that aren't connected we just don't use, and we connect the fan into the other 2 ports. And wires go through there, all this. Let's see what's next. Mount the water cooler to the left of the enclosure. Plumbing. We're gonna go through and do a bunch of plumbing. Got enough soft silicone to do that. We're gonna do this in another, we're gonna actually plumb this probably in a different stream. I'm looking for the wiring guide for this. It goes up through there. Hopefully I've left myself enough room to go through here. I think so. I think I have. It's a little front insert. It's in the panel stuff. Hey Josh, welcome. Keep going, get a little preview of all the stuff we'll be doing with the water cooling. Make sure your printer is level and plumbed. Yes. Does your machine look like this? Not yet. Eventually. Nope, no indication on that. So is there anything in here in the wiring guide? We got tool docs, which we figured all that out. I'm gonna have to ask, unless there's a water, oh, here's water pump. So water pump comes here. So there's the 12 volts for that. And then there's the blue is the radiator fan power supply. There are 2 PWM, the other 2 are PWM control not needed. Okay. They're not hooked up. So what I need to do then is wire the fan plug into the other 2 ports here, and then probably just take the PWM and tie it off to the side. I'm not super thrilled with just crimping that directly in, because now we're tying these 2 pieces together. I don't know if that's an issue or not. I'd rather not, I think. It is 4-pin PWM. I'd rather not, but I think for the purposes of where we're at right now, and considering this is all outside of the printer, easy to change later, I'm just gonna do that. Actually, I'm not going to do that right now, because all we're really looking for is how long these wires need to be. The whole point of this was to figure out how much of this wire we needed here. So this is going to go up on the side here. And there is a side panel. Let's get that. The first time digging into the panels on this. So that's that panel, that's panel due. I think it's one of these 2. I think it's this one, yep. Okay, so it's one of these panels right here. So this is going to go on right here, right? Or does it go the other way? I think that's that way. this will end up attaching right like that, which means let's go there because I'm gonna have to move this camera. Take that back. Take that back. The other two are PWM control not needed, yeah. This is big enough. Okay, this is going to be close enough to figure out where this needs to go. So that's a panel going there. Of course, there we go. Ground, VCC, PWM, and speed. Most of the pumps come 4-pin, just means the pump is going to be full power all the time without the control. And then this is going to go to these two mounting holes here, which means if that's there, this is here, this is going to be plenty of wire. Now I don't know how this gets managed and where this routes here, but I think we're okay. We can reach, and all of that was just to figure out, make sure that we had enough wire there to reach. Josh, thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay, so let's move this out of the way and look at this again. So look at this, which is, what were these wires? Is that these guys? Nope, that's those. And then this is the 12 volt, which are, yep, that's one of them. I'm surprised. I grabbed the correct wire like instantly. Now, can I do the same with the ground? Yep. Okay. So I just want those the same length there. So these can come all the way down here. Taken up down here. So now these are all the same length. I don't have some weird stuff going on. This can probably zip tie to this other bundle just to keep it out of the way. Remember back when PC water cooling was new, I'm gonna use a fish tank with fish in it for his reservoir. I remember stuff like that. I've never done a custom water cooling on a PC. It's always been too expensive. Never been able to justify affording it. Okay, so that right there. That's a little, I could have stood to have another couple centimeters of wire on that fan wire, of length on that fan wire. Okay, that's there. One thing I still won't do are see purposes of mineral oil fish tank computers. Used for a 3D printer such as this one. The all-in-one ones are all like sealed systems though, and aren't they a pain to deal with once you break the system? Okay, so that's that, with some not really thrilled with the way that's running overall, but that's okay. This is that extra 5 volt, the auxiliary 5 volt power. and this can all kind of go over here. So let's do a zip tie here. The all-in-one units, many of which are inexpensive. Oh, I've done all my PCs have an all-in-one. I've been doing that since Corsair. Their very first Corsair all-in-one was released. I bought one. I've just not done any custom water cooling loops. Like the first Corsair all-in-one units, the 120 millimeter ones I had. I don't even know how long ago that is. That was. Okay, that's going to go in there. This is that. So what if I take each of these in turn, give a little bundle to it. Probably the only ones that they're disposable for most people. Maybe I'll put them back here a little bit. Grab it back here. Minimize the number of zip ties I'm putting in here. What do we got? Oh, 3 minutes till giveaway time. Did we hit 200 likes? Will we hit 200 likes within 2 minutes? Okay, so now that goes in there. These come out here. Oh, that's too tight there. So why is that too tight? Where is that going? Which is that one? Is that this? Yeah, I've got that kind of bundled through the cable raceway a couple of times. Okay, here it is. That's gonna have to go under. Ah, 176. We need 24 more. I mean, we don't have to have 24 more. It'd just be nice. Go. It goes back in there. That goes. Goes over there. Just finish my sandwich so no Polar Ted for me. We got 1 o'clock. It's giveaway time. Get this zip tie in, tuck this back into the raceway. These can go outside there like that. This can go like that. Can go like that and that. This one I kind of want to do. There we go. And that kind of tucks that into place. 124 more and I sing. Okay. What do I have here? What happened? Oh, I pulled that into a new window. Timo, thanks for the gifted memberships. Let's see where we're at. Here we go. Oh, why is that doing that? Let's reload. Let's get rid of last week's names or Tuesday's names. Okay, so the way we do this is I stop the entry form when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. Our 3 seconds are getting more efficient. Not efficient by any means, but relatively more efficient. So when we haven't had a new one in 3, 2, 3, 2, 1 and a half and a quarter. You're gonna make me hit close. Sorry, cat family first for sure. Oh, there was one. Okay. I have to have one extended reset, right? So now for the real deal. 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Oh, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Done. Okay. What do we got? So I opened it a little differently today. Because I had the pinned post for Grant Stream, I put it in the description for a while. Let me get some water. And then put it in the pinned post a bit later. So not even close this time. So let's look at this. Forgot to time it. That was still pretty quick. So Little Brat was the first one this time. And who got in at the last second? Scott, you were like 8th from the last. Rich Prince got in. Yeah, and you know, I mean, there are names that I'm recognize in the end there, but they're not the usuals. So I feel justified in my methods. Okay, so what are we going to do? What are we going to do? How many times are we going to shuffle? Just throw something out there. Let's throw something out there. Oh, there are repeat offenders, but it's not all repeat offenders. So. Let's give this a moment. I've already decided my number, but I've got to let the engagement happen. So well, not even pre-selected. So by the time this actually catches up, then you'll figure it'll be good. Admiral Adama was the very first person to respond with a 21, so we're gonna do 21. No, it was a choice. It was just I decided the very first one is what I was going to go with. See, so the 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and spin. Charlie looks like he was saying, give me the treat so I can bite your fingers. Who do we got? Wade Franklin Wyatt. Are you here? Congratulations. If you're in the US or Canada, you want a coupon to the US or Canada Polymaker store if you're here. If you're outside the US and Canada, then you get to choose from a list, a roll of filament from a long list. So, but you have to be here and you have to say something in chat. Bonus points for tagging me. It's just points. They're not worth anything. Wade Franklin Wyatt. Congratulations. Are you here? There you are. Good job. Congrats. You will hear from me sometime between now and the next stream. It definitely varies on how on it I am. Let's see. Make sure this comes up. Okay. Perfect. Congrats. Close that. Let's clear the list. Let's preemptively clear that list. Let's unpin the post. Oops. Unpin. And let's edit the description. You're giving out free internet cookies. No, I'd enter without a printer. Let's get rid of this because I don't like leaving these in the description, but I often forget. So save. Awesome. We are back to here. So I think we're here. Whose line rules, the game's made up, and the points don't matter. Exactly. 100%. And did we hit 200 likes? Perfect. Perfect. Sorry about that. Okay, this is all in here. This is all, oops, timer's going off. This is all tucked in there. So now we can start pulling, and we don't have too much tension on any wires. May need to move things around to plug stuff in, but pull that in and let's grab a zip tie here. Do for the new jobs, a little imposter syndrome. Perfect. So I made another step towards, so I'm continually making steps towards getting my spaces organized. And that's really the driving or the limiting factor in my ability to do other things, you know, videos and other projects, is that I'm caught in this cycle, not really a cycle, but I'm caught in the idea of getting my workspaces cleaned up and in a more usable state. So I am continually making progress on that, and I'm feeling pretty good with it. And I made more progress yesterday. I moved the big blue cabinet that used to hold filament out to the shed. So that frees up a ton of space in there. For the next step is putting the new workbench and carpet and flexi spot desk in there. The flexi spot desk will be here Tuesday according to FedEx, which means it'll probably be here sometime between Tuesday and next Tuesday, but getting there. So, but yeah, the blue cabinet is in the other garage. Extra temperature tolerant filament is being stored in there, and like extrusions and stuff like that, trying to make use of it. But the carpet replacement is going to be the big one. I need to completely empty out that whole area, the whole room, and then go in and cut all the tiles and put them in place. So that's going to be a chore. Okay, now we can start. We've got our wires tucked away, reasonably organized. Now we can start putting our the rest of our harness in here. So let's see. I think we're going to go back to this view. Tuck this camera over here. Actually, out of the way it normally sits. I'd still like to find a better mobile camera than that Logitech webcam, but I don't know if there's anything significantly better. Okay. Let's see. I think we can start here in this poor cable chain mount. These are all coming all the way around. I think these are as well. No, I think those go under. So the ones that come all the way around, I think is what I'm going to take first. Whew. To this guy. This is going to come around here to this side. this comes around here. This is coming around here. Just kind of cleaning up the tangle of wires. Yep, that goes there. This can go here. This can go here. Now, all of these now gonna go. Oops, what is this guy? Is this one? Is this one cable? No. This is. This needs to come through here. There we go. What is this guy? That is right there. And these are all over here. There we go. These are going to come all the way down here. And then they need to go under and around. So as a group, I think all of these I'm going to do again. Let's do get them. Beast of a printer is the overall dimension smaller than a Voron or the same for the same bed size. I think it's a little bit bigger, or it needs to be. And I don't quote me because I could be mistaken, but you got to figure this has 5, the whole dock, the 5 toolhead dock area. So let's tie this bundle that are coming around to the, I think all of these either go to the end stops or to the 3HC. I remember this was all before the water cooling sidetrack, so hopefully I'm remembering. That's 2. Oh, where do these, did I lose track of which ones go where? Darn it. Darn it. These all go, what do we have? Z-stop, tool lock, Z-stop tool lock. This is a stop. This is tool 0. This is part fan 0, 1, 0 and 1. Okay, these are the ones that go all the way around. I think these go all the way around. We'll see. Tool head board I found is nice. Did not have one for my 2.4. Tool head boards are nice. Would have increased the cost by about the tool head board would need, I don't know what a tool head board on this would necessarily look like. Okay, so these need to go under here, but over the Z connecting rod. Sure it doesn't get caught, so that's gonna go under here. No, into the thing like that. And then over here, just like that. Okay, so this all has to go up into there and then back into the chain raceway. Into with an RFID reader with RFID tags on the tools would work in a closed ecosystem. Well, if you're talking about just the fun and challenges with CAN bus IDs and stuff like that, I mean, RepRap firmware does CAN so easily. I'm just going to throw part of the cover here just to hold that stuff in place. Everything has a pre-programmed ID, and you just change it when you have multiple things. So, and do I have another small section of small-ish? Yeah, I don't really like it being that much, but let's see if I can do that. No, that's too much. Just take this one. Yeah. Just using these sections as a, here we go, little section there just to hold the wires in place. So now we have these to plug in. So let's figure out where they go. Looking online, I can't find any atrocities that Physedic has committed against the community to earn such dislike. Honestly, I'd like to know what they did wrong. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it. So. Okay. We have, going through the wiring diagram here. What do we have? We have solid state relays all plugged in. We've got give me a moment. Wire routing. So that's more of that stuff. I just lost track of where it was, is why. Power supplies is done. That's done. Panel do, we're not doing yet. Tool docks, I think this is basically what we're looking at here. So this is green is the tool dock connections for FDM tool 1 and 2. And those are plugging into specifically, so 2 thermistors. Do they actually say which? Okay, so this table here kind of tells us where it's plugging in, and it might be easier to look at this and then go to the Duet docks. And we go to the Duet 3 family and the 6HC we have, so I'm going to open that in a new tab, and the 3HC we're going to open in a new tab. So the 6HC, if we go down here, these always have a nice pinout diagram right here. So I think if I click on that, we'll get a nice big diagram here. If we do the same for the 3HC, scroll down and get that. I'm going to close the main pages for those because really the diagram is what I'm looking for. So then the temp, so if we look at here, let's close the water cooling. So tool 0 is going into out 1 and temp 0. So on the 6HC. So temp 0 is this one, and then out 1 is the far from the edge one here. So I'm gonna go tool 0. So let's pull this out of here. Let's just move those there. So temp is this guy right here, I believe. Okay. So that is the thermistor for tool 0. And then the heater for tool 0 is going to be right here. And then we'll figure out where this stuff actually routes in terms of wire management. So then tool 1 is going into out 2 and temp 1. So out 2 and temp 1 is the next 2. So this is out 2. This goes right here. I'm gonna make sure I hold on the back of this so I'm not just bending that DIN rail. So that's there, and then temp 1 should be these two right here. Goes into the one right next to, sorry about the focus. So all of these are going to go into various little spots in this chain. Some of these might have a little more. Something like that. Hey, Projects in Dad's Garage, how are you? And then, so that's for the tool head one, and then we have the stepper, or the end stops, I'm sorry. So the end stops, so that's the tools, and then we had an end stop spot down here for each thing. Oh, this is going through the same thing as well. We'll do the 3HC in the next go of things. Enclosure lighting, we got that plugged in. Where is the end stops? I think we'll just have to kind of scroll back and forth in this. So the Z switch. Here we are. So Z stop is going to go into IO3. That's just the one that I had my fingers on. So Z stop is in IO3, which is, here's 3. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So IO3 here, which is the second one, or the inside one. Cleaning up after the littlest one's birthday party. Awesome. So this is going to come back in here and plug in right here. something like that. Let it go back and forth in the, that one. And then, so that means next one I'm grabbing here is the tool lock. TL end stop is IO4, which is the next one over from that. So we'll go back in and do something similar. There. Oh. Did you work out what tension to be applied to your 9mm belts? No, I've got some info I need to go through, but well, I guess the consensus that I've heard from folks is that in that particular, you're talking about the Trident, in that particular setup, you can go to the rating of the belt, which is 9 pounds of tension. We won't be going that high though. We're gonna try things and just know that we have some headroom. If we continue to tighten them and keep underneath that 9 pounds, then it will, as long as we get improvements, we're good. Okay, the next one is, the last one here is the X stop, and the X stop is an IO1. IO1, which is right here. Okay. Saw Reth's video on it and wondered if you took something away from your Trident. Yeah. Well, I've gotten DMs from Reth on this, and I mean, Reth is awesome. Just really looking at a question, going in there and looking it up and talking to folks and then relaying that information has been really useful. So, okay. So that is the 6HC stuff. What are these? So these are steppers, and this is extruder and tool lock. Where do those plug in? Cause issues with VFAs. There was a tool motor pair. This does go on the, so this is the tool lock into driver 4. So I have, what do I have? Tool lock here and extruder. Extruder is tool driver 3. 3 and 4. Where are the other, oh, that's from the, oh yeah, those are the only two from there. And 3 and 4 are, 3 and 4, the two in the corner here. So this gets to go all the way around that bend as well. And would those reach if I did this? No, they don't. That's why they're over here, is because those are gonna have to go sneak their way out of the chain and then back in sometime before making it all the way around. Is a little Z-belt rubbing on the top of the motor pulley, or is that just camera angle? Is a little Z-belt rubbing on the top of the motor pulley? Are you talking about this guy? Top of the motor pulley. It is at the top, but I haven't lined all of that stuff up yet. And before just today, basically, I hadn't been moving the bed much, so that pulley can probably move out a little bit to center up with the other. I'm getting a belt tension tool from Big Tree Tech. We'll double check what the rat rig team done in my printer and post it. Interesting. Okay, that'd be interesting to see. What's the, I'm curious, what is the maximum force that the Big Tree Tech meter will read. Okay, let's see. How do I want to do this? I think I want that like that. And this is going to have to come off. And this one is going to have to come off. Hopefully those kind of stay in place. This is going to go here. And I think, let's take this. Let's simulate it first, because we're going to go extruder into, where did that go? Where did my little extruder goes into driver 3. Extruder goes into driver 3. So that's going right here. So that's there and there. So I'm going to go under, right past the SSR here. Okay, I'll just do the same for both. So under. Okay, so now this needs to go in the raceway. Or exit the raceway technically. So let's get these into, there we go. So those go in there. Exit the raceway there. And then come around this side and make sure I've got all of them and enter the raceway on this side. And then it'll come up through here and extruder goes into 3. And right around tool lock goes into 4. A lot of wires even with the common extruder. Just imagine the mess if you had 5 extruders. Holy moly, that would not be fun. Okay, so that's going to go there. I'm going to pull these together. Oh, that'll settle in there. Okay. Lots of little zip ties just to kind of keep the wires from totally tangling up on other stuff. Okay, this is the LED. So LED's plugged in to one of the fan ports, right? Is how they had it. Let's scroll through here real quick. 58 Newton. Don't know what the max deflection is on their tool. See you in a few days and let you know. Cool. Okay, where was the LEDs? Where did the LEDs plug in? Where were they? This document is a little unwieldy to scroll through. Anybody else going to Stratafest this week in Denver? I'm not. I thought I saw the... I know this is super exciting, me just scrolling through. But think I don't know if you'd rather watch the scrolling. It's past the docks. Enclosure lighting goes into here we are, into the middle fan plug right there. So this guy is going to come into here and underneath here, over the just go right, yeah. That, and then up into here, into here, and we'll go back out one of these others. And then into the middle plug right here. See, Marcel? Okay. There we go. Actually. Okay. Oops. I don't know why I switched that, but what was this other one? This is part fan. So part fan, tool head wiring left. Where was the part fan? End stop, Z end stop. Part fan is going into out 7. So let's go out 7 is that one right there. Out 7 is the 2 right there. There's 3. Which one is it then? 2, 3, 4. That's thermistors. There's 3 there and 3 there. I see. 7 should be this one. And is that, nope, what do I have left here? So now we have the tool head stuff that's going into the 3HC. So all of these go all the way around. Let's get some control on them. One of the minor challenges with a tool head board on this, or at least using an existing tool head board on this machine, is that you need 2 steppers. Not tool head, but for the carriage. If you wanted to run like something to the carriage, you need 2 stepper drivers on it. I don't think there's anything compact enough, or I don't even know if there's anything with 2 stepper drivers like that. Okay, so this is gonna go. Follow the other one down underneath. I'm not tying them around something else. Goes all the way in there. And then up to here. And probably through this end one here. There we go. It saves quite a bit if we can actually reach what we need to reach. think I'm gonna grab, is it, that one's probably, oh, it must be that one. Let's put this on here. There. Okay. Now I've got these guys to wire in. So this is all the 3HC tool head tools. Oh, things are coming along. Broken. Okay, wiring. Gets his workout moving that thing around. Yeah, no kidding. It's a black box hanging there. Is that how the printer gets its name? Well, it's a big black box, but these are counterweights for the bed, so that the bed will stay at whatever point on its own, basically. Okay. Where was that diagram of the tool heads? Other tool heads. Tool 4, here, let's just go that way. Tool 4 goes into the end for the heater, which is nice because that's pretty much exact wire length. So that's tool 4, and then 4 for the thermistor goes in to the end here. So those are good. It goes there. And then tool 3 goes to the next one over. Right there. Oh. And tool 3, I'm going to come in and then back out and to the next one here. And then I'm guessing tool 2 goes right there. I'm going to let both of these just tuck into the extrusion slot on the end. And then this one's going to come back, double back, go through here, and then plug into the third thermistor here. Okay, cool. Firmware does this run? This will be rep firmware. This will be rep firmware. This is Duet controllers and rep firmware. All of that goes up in there. Okay. That is all. That is all of the carriage wiring plugged in. Now, does it say, did it say in here how to route the others? What do we have here? This is enclosure lighting, left side gantry. Oh, that's the LEDs. And then the tool head does all this. And then Z switch, we did that. Extruder motor, X end stop, tool lock, Z probe, part cooling fan, Y end stop. This one, okay, let's do the Y end stop. Let's do the Y end stop. Y end stop is this wire. You add in things like triangulation, GPS, kind of like the key back on a switch wire. Yeah, it's same purpose. Same purpose. It's to keep it from sagging under its own weight. So this is our Y end stop. It says wrapped in a 5mm sleeve. Was there 5mm sleeve in the kit? Let me look in the stuff over here. Nope, this is gonna have to lean over here now. Was there 5mm sleeve? All the stuff is in here. I don't remember 5mm sleeve though. I don't remember 5mm sleeve. Not in there. Not in there. I don't remember any 5mm sleeve, but that doesn't really mean anything at this point. Kind of twisting this a bit. Okay, in any case, should I put my own? I have some. This is gonna go here. And then it goes into the extrusion, wrapped in 5mm sleeve. And then it goes into a hole in the deck panel, which I feel like that should probably be a slot, but can't see any fans. I do not think there are any fans. I feel like that should be a slot just to not trap that wire, but at least there's a connector on this end that couldn't come through there, so it's not a major sin. Let's see, did I put any sleeving up here? No, I'm not sure that it came with it, but I'm not sure it didn't. I have my supply of stuff. Let me see if I can find it. Should be in here. This is probably a little bigger than 5mm. But this will work. This will tuck into there. So let's go ahead and use this. Which is it to tuck in, go down here, and then into here. So probably about that much. Is this appropriate? Will it work for this? Yes. Sweet. So in general with these TMC drivers, The most effective cooling is from the backside of the boards, not sitting on the chip itself. Okay, put a twist in this, and I'm going to put a zip tie up here at the end. Yeah, they're designed to be cooled through the thermal pad on a board. Can Duet run similar speeds and amps as a typical clipper boards? Yes. Now, I'm not 100% sure on what like higher voltage setups are available, but as far as like over 24 volts into 48 volt stuff, but okay, I'm going to try to twist the stuff that's more exposed here. Although this stuff doesn't like to twist, so maybe I won't be able to very effectively. This is going to go basically right into here and follow this around into here. And then it's going to plug in to the back corner. Motor there? No, I think that is going to be all that's in here. So let's do that. Tuck this up into here, and that will help hold all that in place. Now this is going to actually do something like that and something like that. But now this will be okay. It's going to come into here and then plug in. See, this stuff should have been plugged in first. There we go. Wow. I don't really like that, but there we go. Later all. See ya, Unchrysmatic. Oh no. I'm going to be doing something and that's your profession? That adds a whole other level of pressure. Okay, so that's what that's Y end stop. And then work in progress for the motors. So let's look at this. How would we run the motors? So I think it's the same thing. Probably some more 5mm probably some more 5mm wrap, and then going down the side here. What I would probably almost prefer than this wrap is just do a channel cover in here, because this doesn't like hold in there anyway, and its weight, any sleeving we put on here is going to be too large for 3 wires. You can do 48 volts with that board, but it's sort of messy since then most of your heaters will also be 48 volts. I see. That's why Duet 3D uses expansion boards, so much control where the high current is at. Got it. That makes sense. So this is going to go, and this is one where a slot in that top cover makes a lot of sense, because this is going to be one of those big VH connectors, and it's probably going into a hole in the deck panel, similar to this other side. And there's not a connector up here. This is direct wired. So this goes down into here, and we're gonna have to put a connector on here, and it's just gonna reach over and plug into one of the ports here. So we're gonna pull this off, crimp on the proper connector. Today is my luckiest day and something will explode. No, nothing's gonna explode. It's gonna continue to be lucky. Okay, I don't know which stepper this is. What do they consider this one? Oh, the other one's going to be interesting though. We do the same thing over here. Oh, I tucked all those into the extrusion. There we are. I don't know if this wire is going to be long enough. This is going to go through here. It's going to do the same thing. 5 seconds. This is going to come into here and then across here. Cross probably into here. Yeah, that's not going to be long enough. So we're going to have to extend this. I have to extend those wires. Okay. Oh. Okay, let's see what other. Let's see which stepper is this? A motor or B motor? Is there any indicator in here? Well, there was probably, when we were building the gantry, we can look at that documentation. Let's see what else is in here. Tool 0, tool 4, tool docks. Let's display stuff still. Radiator. Okay, I don't think it's in here. So let's open up the XY axis motion. Yeah, let's do this one. Let's see if there's an indicator here on which is referred to as the A stepper and the B stepper. This is all XY joint stuff. Do we get into the steppers? Sorry for all the scrolling again. Print XY axis motor bracket front. Is there any? Both of those went the same way. Placing the assembled. It doesn't really say. Does anybody know which is going to be which? I'm not seeing any reference yet to which side is A and which side is B. Let's see if it's in the CAD. That's NEMA 17, assembly XY and XY motor rear, XY motor front. Motor front and rear. I don't know which is A and B, and I don't see, maybe in commissioning. Let's look in the other guides. Getting started guide. Why is that at the end? John should have stayed on Steve's live stream. John who? Did I miss something? Okay, before you can begin, print settings, general guidelines, materials, tuning your filament profile. So, oh, this is the getting started guide. I'm sorry, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the more commissioning guide. Oh, John. That's right. Got it. Where's config G for riprap? Might have them labeled. Drivers in there for A and B. I don't, well, it might be labeled. You're right. We can try. Let me see. Blackbox, firmware and slicer, Duet 3, 5 tools, config, and let's open the config.g. Oh geez, go away. Never. I need to update. Okay, let's see. See if there's any notes in here. It's a good suggestion, but it looks like they are not labeled in that way. That's a gap in the documentation. I don't know which one this is. I don't know which one to plug this into. I'm guessing or assuming they are going to be driver, what are these? Driver 0. So 0 is here and 1 is here. It's going to be one of those two. And then the Z is going to plug into the other, which the Z is right here. We're going to have to do that. Now, I thought I saw something here for, I have a Z motor. I have a Z motor cable, but the Z motor I have has integrated wires, so I'll need to crimp on a connector here. Okay, this is not that big of a deal. I can have enough wire to where I can swap these. It doesn't need to hold me up. I'm just gonna have to figure out what the labeling is on these motors to figure out which one is going to where. So if we just take this and figure we need enough wire for the Z to comfortably go to this third driver, which that is all of the steppers we need to worry about, right? So it's got to go into the third one. I'm just going to cut this right here and we're going to crimp on one of these VH plugs. Done. And then now I have the extra length that I can use to extend this wire to get here. So here we can work on this. Just make sure these are all same length. And do I have, so in the controller boxes are all the crimps I can possibly need. There's a 6HC box. Let's get this done. So These come with tons of extra. Well, extra in my case for sure, because they're all, the harness was mostly pre-crimped. And I didn't really, there's a couple of spots that I could have reduced the length of wires, but none of it was really way off. So that's good. I usually do A to driver 0, but no idea what they did. Well, but which is A? That's the question. I don't, because this is twisted. I'm not sure which they're referring to as A or X or B or Y or whatever. So these are ginormous VH series. So this is JST VH. These terminals are probably technically way too big for these wires. But we're gonna crimp them anyway, and I think it'll be okay. It's not gonna be ideal, but it'll be okay. And I'm going to use probably this wire, or actually the same as this, blue, red, green, black. Is that what this would be? No, it's different. I can't guarantee that any of these steppers actually match in the color order. These two are set to the same. I think I'm going to guess at keeping that consistent. So red, blue, green, black. And we can always swap them around if I need to. So let's see what this ends up looking like. And I will zoom in quite a bit here. There. Double the copper over. I've done that before. LDO had a printed wire management system. Does anyone know where someone can get the files? Printed wire management system for what? Okay, let's get all this going. Red, blue, green, black. Let's see what these look like first. Oh boy, those are definitely tiny wires. I think I will just go for it and double over the copper. So strip them about twice as long as I would normally. Could meter out the coils. Yes. Let's see, do I have? Could. I think my meter's in the other room. Blue, red. Here, let's find out. Let's see if I just hold those together. If this is, yeah. So blue and red are a pair. So what I did is I shorted out blue and red and then turn. I don't know if you can hear that, but I can hear it reacting. And if I open it up again, completely smooth. So blue and red at least are a pair. We'll go with it. So red. Bend that over. And the way this goes is, yep. And then I'm still going to use my eyeless. Just start with the bigger. Let's get you out of the way. Let's go like here. we go. So I think I went to the, right to the 1.9 millimeter thing. I'm going to go all the way up on this one. Hopefully get that to bend over properly. Yep, there we go. Nice and sturdy. You can always flip direction in the firmware. As long as you have the pairs correct. If you have the pairs matched up just in the wrong order, then you can flip directions. If you don't have the pairs matched up, then you either get interesting noises or it just doesn't work. Hey, Drew. Doesn't matter which way around the individual coils are. The individual coils, I don't think so, but you may have to, like they said, either invert direction or swap them. Okay, blue, red, green. VH, yep. This is the same connector that the Kraken uses. Is that right, Kraken? Swap the AA pins around, it won't matter. The AA pins around. I don't think so. But I'm also over 4 hours in and could be thinking wrong. Okay, so then red, blue, green, black. We're just going to go the same as the others that are pre-wired. That's fully seated. Restore the twist. 10 amp rating. This is going to go up. Just get it into the extrusion slot here. And there, the Z drive is on. Now this is going to go, so if I tuck the whatever stepper, this is, and then tuck it into here. And then if I go about this long, I'll be able to get to either one. So we're just gonna do that. Do you recommend for that? I have this huge thick crimp tool and it's a nightmare trying to use. I've been using these iCrimp 2820Ms for everything basically. Well, everything JST and microfit. Yeah, the wire, this is not 10 amp wire. So keep an eye out this week. There's a very good chance we might be finishing up the positron build on Nero's channel on Tuesday. The plans for that have not been locked in, but that's pretty much the only day to do it within the next several weeks. So I'm hoping to make that happen. So, and it'll be on Taylor's channel. And I'm undecided on when and what we're gonna do for a Charlie's Angels stream this month. Okay. Red, blue, green, black. So I have no idea which one this is. Plug it in right there. This is gonna come over here. Something along the way, and that'll be fine. So this other wire, other stepper wire, whatever it ends up being referred to as, it's going to go over here. Let's put this on here. Put that in place. It's going to go up there and there. It's going to go along here. And then this is going to have to go along this path to go under, along with, yeah, go under there, which means we need to add however much to go over, follow along here and get to here. So we're going to have to add about almost a foot of wire. See you, the GPs. Okay, so let's pull this thing out. I am just going to solder connect these. So give me an excuse to use the OmniFixo again. Let's do it. Let's see, do I have something? Pull these pins. So this is a useful connector. Push these. There's a Molex SL series. There we go. I can keep that. Okay, I am going to open these up a bit. So straighten this out a bit. And then I am going to cut these staggered by quite a bit. So I have plenty of wire. So I'm going to go about a centimeter in between them in no particular order here. But what that's going to do is also stagger the heat shrink and make less of a bulky bundle of wire. And I'll end up doing similar on this side. But with that, grab some little bits of heat shrink. Even do it in the colors, I think. Decent chunk of that. And red. Blue. And yeah, black in here. And black. Okay, so red. Hopefully these aren't too small. I'll just kind of move it back here so I don't accidentally melt it as I'm soldering. Blue. Green. I feel like that might, oh well, we'll find out. And black. Okay, all of those done. I have an A motor wire as well, but once again, these aren't connector motors, so I think but I'm wondering what the length on this is, because now that I look at this as an labeled A motor wire, if this is extra long, I bet you that's the A motor. And it's the only, there isn't, as far as I'm aware, there wasn't a B motor. There wasn't a B motor wire in the wiring kit. Oh yeah, yeah. So A motor is on the other side. That's what we're going with. So A motor is the one over here. This is B motor. This back together. Just realized that as I saw this wire, this cable. Okay, so that is A motor. What does that mean? Usually it's A goes into Y and B goes into X. So this would be B and it's in stepper 0. So I'm guessing I'm on the right track anyway. You know what? No, that needed to go way over that way. Okay, so that's that. And get this guy out. And we are going to need how much wire? How much length do I need? That goes there. And this goes here. Is this enough wire length? And not to, I mean, it would be barely enough, so I'm not going to use that one. So let's pull this out. This back out this way. And our shortest one is red. So we're going to go, just straighten these out. Snack time. I want snack. Snack time here. So red is there. Blue, where am I going? Red. Overlapping. So blue is going to be right there. And green is going to be there. Black is going to be right there. There we go. These don't have to be perfect. I'm going to be cutting it and evening things out anyway. I didn't even have to cut them to the different lengths really, but okay, let's get an appropriately sized tip for this. And turn it on. Go. Now let's set this up. Not quite as much slack there as I would like. There we go. I might not have enough friction now. Figure all the stuff out. There we go. How do you like the almond? I like it. A little more. I just want to make sure these are extra. There was a good fillet on this, but it was sticking out the side a bit. So this to be very low profile, very there we go. Very low profile, very good connection. That is what I wanted. And we'll just move on. I like that the clamps are parallel jaw, because everything, all the cheap ones tend to be alligator clips, and they don't work very well. There we go. Oh yeah, that's nice low profile. Good solder coverage. Heat shrink, yep, I have it. It's on there. But to be honest, I could deal with it if I had forgotten the heat shrink. I could deal with it because I haven't crimped the other side on. So I could run it down. I don't like that one. I'm gonna do it again. It's harder when all the other wires get in the way here. Ah, that one. Oh yeah, that was good. Yeah, I've got it up in here. I've got it far away so I don't shrink it from the soldering heat. There we go. Yep, good with all of that. Yeah, that turned out great. So now let's pull all these up here. I think, where is it? I may have lost the black one. I may have to run a black heat shrink up there. I have the rest of these. I may have lost the black one. All right, they're all going on there just fine. Where did the black one go? Did it go further back? Huh. Weird. I think I did lose the black one. Red, green, and the rest of them made it. I don't see it anywhere here. Yeah, I lost the black one. Oh well. Is it worth shielding the stepper wires? No. Okay. There and here. Glad to help, Sully. Glad to help. I'm puzzled because I don't remember pulling my fingers along there. It just found its way. Just found its way out. I didn't have it down here, right? Nope. Okay. Well, glad to help. Okay, so this being pulled back through here, making sure we've got the full distance down through here. Heat guns are the one power tool that never goes on sale. Okay, so that goes there, and then this is gonna go forward to about here, and then under, and then over to here. So I'm gonna have it run along these other wires that are already here, so I'm gonna go to about there. Now I'm gonna grab a piece of black heat shrink and get it ran through. Since it's nowhere to be found, I don't see it here on my workbench even. So, nope, that's not black, that's green. There's the black. So now I can put this on here. And run it. Run it along the twist. Right to there. Easy enough. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna try to help you find it, but not sure how successful. Yep. Okay, so now this can go away. Put back here. Crimp. 2, 1, 2. I made the heat shrink run away. Well, I had to say that I was fine. So it's my fault. I said I got it. I'm good. Got the heat shrink. So I jinxed myself. Yep. They're still handy. Can't get away from them completely, but I can see a lot of this. If I had to, I could do this without magnification. I couldn't before, so I'll take it. Okay, red. The last one. Connector. I'll lose this one. OmniFixo is great for rework on small PCBs. Last week I had to change a D2F switch. My Logitech mouse spring was worn, it bounced, causing unwanted double clicking. I've had Logitech mice like that. It's really annoying. Okay, so red. Blue, green, black. Oh, blue, green, black. Blue, green, black. There we go. This little area here, so if I hold that there, I think I can get the twist back in the spot where I soldered. Logitech G502 Hero mice are known to have wrong spec micro switches in them. Well, that was my preferred mouse for a very long time, was that G502. Okay, there we go. So, finish this up. That goes there. That comes down. That goes into the deck over here. So that's the length of that. And this is going to go through here, but immediately out here, and then there, and then under, oops, above the Z shaft. Then right along, and look at that. Pretty much exactly there. So this can go back on here. That, I think this other side can clip on. There we go. And then I'm going to redo the little zip ties that are here. Sorry for the bad focus view, but there's a couple of redone zip ties here. Actually, I'm going to zip tie this over here. That will help keep them out of the way of the stepper. You looked at the 8-track I have seen that. I saw it at Rocky Mountain, but I don't know a whole lot about it. There we go. Now, let's do a, is there a flat on that? That's already not sticking out the front. How far? How far? Yeah, it's probably not the best probing tool. Yeah, that's already sticking out the end. Anyway, this pulley, someone noted that the belt is on the edge of the stepper pulley, and it does need to change a little bit. Oh, there's the flat. Okay, had to figure out which one was the flat. So let's, not that one. Loosen that. Move around to the flat. And then move it out a bit. I don't know how much. Let's try that. And then let's move this through. Here, let's disconnect the Z stepper so I don't have to worry about feeding into the controller. So there we go. It's not rubbing on the end anymore. Yep. It's close, but it's not rubbing. Yeah, there we go. Now, did I put Loctite on these? While we're here, let me pull the non-flat side off. And it does not, so let's fix that. I think I did that intentionally because we did need to do that little alignment, belt alignment. Go. And now I can do the flat side. We are getting close on this. I'm going to be powering it up. Okay, there we go. What do we have left to wire? What do we have left to wire? I need to make the jumper between the between the two light sticks. I need to make a jumper to go across here. I didn't do that. It's not gonna matter. This will light up, and I bet you this one front one is gonna be enough light. I don't know that I like this one because if I'm standing here in front and I'm looking at it, I don't want to get blinded by this. At least this front one is directed away from your view. So it's very possible I might just take this rear LED strip out and just rely on the front one. Bed wiring is in place, but not necessarily managed. But I need to reprint that cable chain mount anyway, and I'm probably going to embeefen it a little bit. Make the plastic there quite a bit thicker. Give it more area for the layers. What else? I think the rest of this is kind of there. Let's look at this deck panel. I think the deck panel is in 2 pieces. Is that right? Yeah. Now I have a new panel around here somewhere, but I think that's a a back panel. Oh, are these new deck panels? Oh yeah, I have new deck panel. I think this is deck panel. Yeah, these are new deck panels. Different deck panels than the ones that came with it initially. So these are gonna go on here. How do they go? Okay, so these are gonna go something like that. And this would be, so this one has 3 notches. This one has 2, basically. The 2-notch one goes that way. And it goes right like this. So this is gonna go in here. Let's just see how this all fits in. It's on here. Ah, that's right like that. There we go. And then this, does this connector, oops, well, that's interesting. Does this connector fit through there? It does, at least. So at least we can do that. We can take this through here. And up here, plug into the end stop. And this one is going to do similar. Right like that. What is the deciding factor on how those go? Because this is not quite right. The panels don't quite fit on this side. This side they fit. What is stopping it from fitting on this side? Huh. Is there liquid cooling only to keep parked heads at the temperature? Is there more to it? Yeah, it's so you don't have to carry a fan around too for each tool. But the dock here has a bar that's across that's liquid cooled, and then you cool the thing. I'll have to look at this a little closer. The bolt heads don't quite line up here, but that could also be in the way that these tighten down as well. I might be able to shift those, maybe put a clamp across here just to make sure the thing doesn't shift, and loosen these and shift them out a little bit to get that to fit. Yeah, and these of course don't fit through the those don't fit through that hole. So it would be nice if this was a slot probably, instead of a hole. It would make things a little easier, especially since there's, oh yeah, that needs to be a slot. I'm gonna make that a slot with a Dremel. That needs to be a slot in this configuration because these are permanently wired. So I'll just make them all a slot. Good to know. Anyway, I think that's probably gonna do it for the week. Need to reprint a piece and do some slight modifications to these panels and make sure I don't get these mixed up with the other ones. I don't know if I showed off this last time, but there is auxiliary part cooling on this. There is a whole giant blower fan setup here that will mount. I don't remember exactly where it mounts, but it gives sheet cooling. So this doesn't quite fit in the housing here because the fillets in the corners aren't sharp enough for this fan. So who would have thought these fans aren't all exactly the same. So, see you, Josh. So yeah, we made, I think we're 98% done with wiring. So that's good. I'll figure out exactly how I want to secure these too. I might print some things. I don't think my 30-30 slot covers fit in those. Do I have any examples here? Yeah, piece of it. Pretty sure these don't fit. This is 30-30 style slot stuff. Yeah, it sort of does, but not really. These are a lot deeper than this is intended for. It's close. It's close, but it pops right in and doesn't really lock into place like it's intended to, like it would into 30-30. In 30-30, this stuff goes in and locks into place just like the OpenBuilds stuff. This is from Masumi, by the way. But yeah. Anyway, I think we are good. We are at 5 hours, so that's a good stream. I said about 98% done with wiring. It's looking pretty good. On to water cooling and a few little cleanup things. And then we can power it up. We'll be able to power it up and start getting towards, oh, we need to, oh, okay. I take it back. We're 85% done with wiring, maybe 90. We have to wire the tools, or back here to here. We have to do the tool wiring, which I think I have a bunch of harnesses for those, right? Or maybe not. I may not. I may have to make those if I remember right. I'll have to look. But yeah, good work. So keep an eye out. Hopefully Tuesday we will do on Nero's, on Taylor's channel, wrapping up the positron. Tuesday evening we'll be back on the Trident, and then next weekend we'll be back on this. I think I've got 2 weekends left on, oh, come on. There we are. The 20th and the 27th. Ooh. Keep an eye out. I may do the member stream this weekend, this Saturday, because I'm getting the implant on the 25th. So I'm not sure I'm going to be up for streaming on the 27th. So maybe we'll have a slightly out of it stream on the 27th if I can't get ready by the 20th. So with that, thank you everybody. Thanks to Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament. Big thanks to KB3D for helping enable this build. Thanks to all of you. Thanks for the gifted memberships and people who became members. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend, your week, and we will see you hopefully Tuesday. Could be Tuesday, could be Saturday, and definitely Sunday. So take care, everyone. Enjoy the build.